We are once again alive upon the internet. Let's double check that we actually are with a bit right there and a bit right there, bit right here and there, and bit right everywhere. And my ADO is fine. Yeah, let's jump in. I used the wrong buttons and I got used to Division 1 again a little bit. Let's go with this character. Let's actually maybe do some prep work on this character. We'll look at character number 2 on the build collection. Because, yeah, I'm gonna fix him up. We can do it out of orders. That's not a big issue. Let me actually take a build collection on a different window. Just so. So I'm not accidentally showing things I don't want to show. We did character 5 already. We're fine with him, with her, with M. Yeah, let's go to character 2 because I do actually want to make a slot for this thing to save it in. And I think I know what I want to do, which is to remove 216 here. We'll send it back to... We don't have any S builds anymore, right? No. So we'll just make it S again. We're not deleting it. We're just going into the stash. So kind of need the slot. Though, yeah, we could have a... Let's just go through them in the same way we did with the other characters. Just have a look if I want to change anything as well. Because we're going to move around a few of the builds, because I think I'm going to put it in front of the Negotiator tech tank here. But here it's 313, there's 313. And then we have 414. What is it on character 5 actually? 550. There is no real rhyme or reason to where that is landing. We could put it behind this actually, making for easier change there. But let's just start at the start. Let's not overthink this. Let's just start with 2.01. Just gonna have a look through everything, see if I'm missing anything I would want to add or alter or work around. This hotshot should still be fine. Should we put the 2-piece Habsburg as like an option or something? But yeah, we have the Habsburg version as a separate build in the build collection, so it is there. Yeah, that's just a separate build. That's fine. And then, yeah, strikers. This should all be fine. Most of these should just be all fine. Might just change a thing or two here or there. As this one's showing with demo. One thing I was thinking is to maybe rework this rifle build because it's just a high-end red. I don't have much use for just high-end reds anymore. And this thing seemed like the good candidate to try 3-piece via 3-piece Overlord. Because I consider this character also to be kind of like my rifles character, so it would fit on them. That would be more interesting than this thing. We could still go with spotter as well. So actually, if we did that, how would that align? Because if we went Zvia, we would go with the Eagle's Grasp as well. So we're landing on the same crit chance, really. Though if we're going flatline rifle, I would want it to also be as kind of almost a solo build. We would want this to be. I think it would actually look cool, kind of cool with Overlord on one side and then Zvia on the other. But actually, yeah, no, that wouldn't be smart because I also have a good Overlord chest. So yeah, we're gonna just we're gonna intertwine them. Having Overlord backpack, Overlord chest, Fox's Prayer, and then the other 3 pieces Zvia so that we can have the Eagle's Grasp. But then maybe with the Eagle's Grasp, because we're still then landing on 54. 54 is perfectly fine for this with flatline. Well, without Coyotes in there. And we could just go without Eagle's Grasp. And then have an Eagle's Grasp ready for if we want to have. And that's also not going to be a good build. I just want to try it out just for funsies. 60 weapon handling from brand bonuses does actually sound appealing. Actually, we would even have more with Eagle's Grasp. We would have 75. That's a lot. I wouldn't mind trying that out. We basically have braced always on, not even needing to take cover. We're giving up 4 brand bonuses for it, but we're getting to keep our chest and backpack talent. So that doesn't sound too bad. Could go glass actually with it and just non-perfect glass. Actually, yeah, for that, you know what? Let's actually have a peek in here. Because did I have Overlord crit chance, crit damage backpack? Why would I? Right? Is the answer there. I haven't even looked actually how the Zvia backpack. Oh no, look, it's Walker and Harris's model, right? So, yeah. But we do have a crit chance, crit damage, Overlord chest, so we do have that. But then we have the option of either. That's kind of nice, actually. Because if we have a Fox available, we can have an Eagle's Grasp available. Yeah, we're gonna have one even at the ready. And we just need to fill out the other slots. And the red core items, so I'm not expecting any issues farming those. Yeah, let's go back to here and yeah, let's have a look at this one should also just be fine. Nothing's really changed about it with the FI. Yep, that's all good. Maybe just putting Hermano as an option because Hermano is definitely an option now. There are places where you could likely eke out more from Hermano than you could from Opportunistic. And we're fine with that. Actually, do I have a Hermano in my stash? I feel I saved quite a few of them. I have a haste repair, but I would want it to be optimized for in the build picture there. Might optimize this later and add this in, but for now it's fine with that. Let's go to 2.05 Fire Eclipse with perfect opportunistic backpack. This is just one of those builds in here that I want to have an Eclipse on every character. I wouldn't per se recommend this. It isn't something that doesn't work. It actually does have some good effect, especially if you're with strong players. Because I'm giving up a lot of my own fire damage, but then, you know, we're giving a group damage buff out. So it wouldn't be my general choice, but as having, you know, not having a direct copy in the build collection, it works out. Seeker spam. This I remember upgrading with last season. I mean, at least the build picture. Partially as well, I can always see what time a build picture was added as with the SHD level on it. So whenever a build is like less than 20k, it's from a while ago. Is there any builds in here that's below? Maybe this thing still has. Well, yeah, 11k is the core build picture here. For the purple build, for instance. But meaning that thing is likely way out of date. But usually I just maybe update like parts of it without doing the entire build picture. Oxy. So we should really put capacitor in it now, especially now capacitor also has detox. And then have the chatter be as an option. Does this guy even have his own chatter? No. Not even in his inventory. Makes sense. I wouldn't keep an extra chatter around. Yeah, let's fix that up. Let's get a good picture of a capacitor for it. Hold on. Oh, let's stash open. Using the skills to go into. Yeah. I keep forgetting to window the game to be able to. Let's also take detox. And this is the reason why sometimes builds that even have gotten upgrades or something might not have their SHD level thingy in the corner change with when I do stuff like this. Because yeah, with damage to targets that are covered, definitely capacitor. Like the rate of fire thing, it's kind of nice. It was especially kind of nice as well for when floor 10 was a thing, but floor 10 is no longer a thing. Sure. Put our back against the wall, so could have also taken a picture of a grade 25 capacitor, but yeah, it's fine. We'll put incessant chatter as the option. Completely changed. Yeah, so that incessant bag. I love how with the scents, I've taken to just calling them more by their talents than by their actual item. Because I keep calling the chatterbox the incessant chatter and the diamondback just agonizing bite. But yeah, that one's fine. Hazard protected eclipse should still be same as it was in here. Yep. OD third drone should still be the same. And this one is only with Memento, really, so there is no variant with Coyote the way that the Negotiator has. And then Combat Medic. It's also kind of checking if everything has damage numbers, but everything should have damage numbers. We did a pass last season where maybe some of the newer things will only not have it. I know this all looks fine. Different secondary there, but that's also kind of fine. And the rest of it is still the same. Red Patriot. And we're showing it indeed with Elmo. What is its crit chance? Okay, so does it have any chances here? Extra? No. Yeah, that's mostly because of the Elmo, of course. But it could be a candidate to actually maybe go LMGs with it again. Because we're going to give up on the Coyote. If it's buffing in a team, the strikers can run the Coyote. Put a Contractors here, take a... Or maybe even take an Eagle's Grasp here and just... get even more max size out of the LMG. That could actually be interesting, having an MG5 that can be steady-handed just because you have enough max size. Oh yeah, this setup doesn't work bad either. You have the... At mid-range you have that, at short range you have the LMG. Because the LMG has higher crit chance than the Elmo, with a crit chance third stat. Well, that one's basically fine. The backfire... yeah. Kind of have the same feeling about this one and the Red Patriot. I just don't end up using them much, but also I don't want to per se delete them or like make them X builds. Sometimes it's okay-ish grabbing this thing and just messing about. I'm fine with that. Negotiator Tech Tank. Did this have any upgrades or anything that change anything? Not particularly. It could stand to have a grade 25 build picture and then also new damage numbers, but put the capacitor there as an option. I might remove that. I don't think it's worth it on anything with under 3 tiers. It's also like not a horrendous option. Oh, because of the negotiator. Okay, yeah. No, because this is a negotiator, it actually doesn't make sense. Because well, no, you don't need to drop a crit damage, but yeah, you can take a chance. You can take the capacitor, especially for instance in groups, and then drop to where a Coyote is useful. But yeah, I don't have a really good way of communicating that, so we'll just leave it as that. T14 Striker PFE. This should basically be the same. I might actually change it up. I've been enjoying it a lot more with 4 blue cores over 3 blue cores. Because we would only need to change this one and then the armor roll. Might not be a bad idea. Yeah, let's do that actually real quick. So the build itself. I think, yeah. Snipping tool, go away. Okay. It didn't trigger correctly, and then it came in, and then didn't want to actually release again. Let's do that a little bit cleaner. Yeah. And then, yeah, armor stat. The rest of it stays the same. Just put that there. It's maybe a little bit too large. There. As if it was always there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Small little patch jobs like that. Because I do feel that thing is much better with 4. It doesn't have the tankiness of a high end, so I feel I enjoy it a little bit with 1 more. Although the way to actually show this, because I feel people having the striker pieces be the non-record pieces and just having blues on these actually makes a lot more sense overall, but it's fine. And hey there, Windsor. Yeah, let's have a look at this thing. The raid style tank. Actually, somebody linked me to to a video of Dodds recently to yeah, double check what they had to say on this, because I feel they had the wrong like Dodd had the wrong opinion on it. I think he just doesn't have been keeping up with what the raid tank setups are and stuff. Ended up leaving a comment on it and just let's just align those a little bit better like that. This is still completely up to date with the 3-piece Gila, Beltstone, and then Cavalier. The one place where you 2-piece a gear set. But yeah, it's a very specific build for a very specific task, and that's Iron Horse. Yeah, so let's get this thing back to becoming an S-stash build. I'm gonna actually equip it. We're gonna put the pieces into the stash. I want to keep the red version kind of available to me. I don't want to put that one in the stash. I still might, because I do have an idea for a build I want to try out, and yeah, it's difficult, you know, Because that one I can always still grab from the stash. It's just if I haven't done a loadout, I've been using it a few times actually here and there just for funsies. But the third drone one isn't that isn't of the same ilk. So let's make this S0 point, or no, S.01. That puts it at the bottom there. But before the X builds, and then the S is for stash. They used to actually be like S builds before. And now let's just put away all of these purple parts. Let's grab whatever's. If we get a slot again later in the season or something, bring it back. Because what we're gonna do now is, yeah, I'm gonna, let's actually take it into the in-game. I'm gonna just shuffle everything. Although I think I'll keep the negotiator tech tank on 313 because the other 3 tech tanks are also on 13. Just for that. Except the heartbreakers. That just lines up like that. Because yeah, we'll push down these 2 builds, one, and then we'll put the other one, the headhunter tech tank there. Yes, let's do that. That's also the easiest to do for the build collection itself, where I can just renumber stuff. What would be handy if we could just, man, if we had slots, like, you know, just swap these 2 in spots. Although the thing is, initially the game only had 6 loadout slots per character. So, in the same way as Division 1. And I can envision that back then they were like, it's fine, it's just 6 slots. But yeah, now we have 16. And yeah, that takes up, that's like even above 10. It's definitely, you know, you kind of need some management options. I forgot the name of the other one and I can't read. Oh yeah, this hazard protected. And I got serve SPA PFE. But this one goes here. Because generally to reorder anything, you kind of need to put one slot away for a second. And then, at least with me, I have the build picture, so I can usually, you know, get the build back. Although usually you don't make easy mistakes. Although I've done it oftentimes where I've done it actually like swapping 2 pieces and then forgetting to do the mods and stuff. Yeah, so this is now 15. Serve SB PFE. And then this becomes 14 tech HHTT. So let's load that tech tank as the base. I'm gonna save it with the ungraded weapon here. Question is, what do I put as a secondary here? The answer would be diamondback, an extra diamondback. But I don't have an extra diamondback. So for now, let's just put well, actually it has rifle bonuses, right? This thing is in a loadout right now. I just as a placeholder, the Vindicator, till I get myself a diamondback. extra for him. Yeah. Browser's Mask. Zvia Chest. Picaros. Zvia Eagle's Grasp. And Fox's Prayer with Headshot. And then also, yeah, the Memento. The Headshot Memento. There we go. Yes. Let's save this as 14. Yes. There we go. And it's still super light on inventory, actually. 123. Likely I'm overlapping a bunch of pieces. Usually what that means. And also not doing way too many weapons. Which, yeah, he seems pretty light on his weapons. So I do need one more diamond back, but we'll get that fixed up. Because I didn't have an extra one, right? So I should grab all of the exotic. Well, ban that person for spamming. I'm surprised they're still trying. At some point you would go like, hey guys, I don't think this is working. Not the one we're after.
Whatever you need, Agent. I've got it. Come take a look.
Any of these forward keeping? No.
Thanks for making the deal.
I'll keep that Vindicator in that slot just as a placeholder. For now, we'll get him a diving back eventually. So this one's saved there. I'm gonna play around with it a little bit more before we add it to the build collection, but I'm already pretty sold on it. Let's see, actually, is either Overlord or Guillermo's here. Either Overlord or Zvia on the map somewhere. The answer is no. No. I know, with how many brands and stuff we have now, they totally should. One thing they could do with Kenley, although of course, yeah, Kenley is now not available, is if they made it available generally and then just have it be a few more slots, basically make each of the buildings and target it. Wouldn't really help that much because it's just one slot each pack. Yeah, let's turn on the global event, which is on. Let's go up against some hyenas, get some of these. Let's actually go back full screen. Some of the disrupted hyenas done. Also, do the three challenges have bounties? They do. Complete a bounty. Let's try to get those in. Well, we actually this build doesn't work well against bounties, so maybe we'll do that on a different character. But yeah, we'll go get some disruptions in just by cover to covering. And just playing around with this thing. We'll go roam this zone as well for some Cheska parts. Although actually, before I do, let me... Because I should do that. Is fix up. So this becomes... Because on the build collection itself, it's much easier. 316. This goes from 215 or 214 to 215. And then the this becomes copy, and then we'll do 214. Just so we have the placeholder in there. I want to optimize it, and also I want to play around with it, but there isn't really anything much I can alter on it anyway. So that will still kind of fix that up. Yeah. So go back to the game. There's one thing I'll have to do against here is, yeah, hyenas having... Although I think that will work out fine with this anyway. On 5 directives, the rushers will have helmets, of course, and we'll just have to deal with them. I think that will be easier with this than, for instance, with hotshot or anything, because I can just close the distance, let them hit my shield if I need to, and just murder them. And the thing with this thing is I have to start on a red, so that miss there is annoying. Actually, you know what? Let's get the full
charge. Exposed.
Expect that.
Exposed to melee.
That's gonna disrupt some of these other ones. There we go.
Incoming hostiles detected.
From behind. I also want to see how many hits I can take, so I'm just really try harder every time.
Access key detected.
Although mostly as well with me being charged up. You're also seeing as we have Ragers again. We haven't had Ragers in the open world in like forever. I feel some testing is needed to actually quantify how much Ragers is. Because I don't have a real good idea actually of how much Ragers is. There's a bunch of possibilities. It could be just a fixed amount. It could be an a percentage of their either their health or their armor, or a combination, or like a percentage of those two. Or it could be basically random. There's a lot of things it could be. I don't feel I've ever really heard anybody even talk about it.
Hostile control point detected.
In a, like, I think it is this kind of thing.
Those bastards aren't leaving me behind next time.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is an ungraded weapon, and yeah, we need some grading basically.
Charge exposed.
Because that second shot could not kill an purple. We're not charged up in any real way, but still. I'm gonna take the full reload here, just have all the shots.
Access key detected.
There we go.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Because I don't mind this actually against hyenas activities. For something like Hotshot with Determined, I dislike a lot more just because, you know, you lose your stack a lot. But here, it's not too bad because the enemies... Like I have a barrier. I can still stand in front of them and just take the hits. But with the memento charge up, we should be okay. And also I have a grade 25 weapon in my inventory. I'm just choosing not to use it yet. This gal is just chilling in the thing, just going for a ride. And the annoying thing of this thing versus the ninja bike version is, well, it does has a much better shield and artificer, but it can't fast travel to the or to the safe house. I mean, I can, but I lose all my stacks. So I'm choosing not to. But I kind of want to feel how the field differs here. Let's actually see. Can we get the red? I definitely can't take an elite on the second shot either.
Charge compromised.
I actually need to do some of this as well.
Exposed to melee. Incoming hostiles detected.
I assume they're spawning far away, otherwise I would have had them there already. Gonna do one of these just for the
Charge transfer initiated.
charge transfer. See if I can actually get her. One thing you do have is with the helmets, actually, at the, although well, with determined you can't. It will always hit the helmet. That's actually. Oh, look at I'm running determined. There, the diamondback would be handy actually for this kind of thing, because you can actually shoot them in the back of the neck, basically. And madam, could you just be aggro to me? That would be much easier.
Where the hell are they? Watch yourself! This is what I'm good at.
Yeah. Their view range is very short, so they can't see very far.
Charge transfer.
Or you can only do it once per enemy? Okay, yeah, you can't do the same enemy over and over again.
Charge compromised.
Let's transfer that. And even against hyenas that eat up, determined. Because it's much better if you're just going out for XPing. Oh, hey! The bounty went to this area. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, yeah, they definitely did something to bounties again, because, yeah, Constitution Hall is kind of working again. And, yeah, we hadn't seen that area in, like, forever. So... definitely some fixes there. That's nice. Because that hotel was just not coming up at all for the entirety of last season. Why is it marking so long?
Agent charge compromised.
Yeah, that's at least a transfer.
Shade network exposed to melee.
And it hit that the... Oh,
Science critical.
don't kill me. No need to kill me. Just gonna fall back to here. How's that? Just going. Let's reload the full.
Going straight for your head.
Agreed.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Charge transfer initiated. Access key detected.
Mando's charged now. Curious to see what the initial shot is now. And hey there, Lucor. Good evening. Well, for me it's the afternoon, but I'm guessing then that you're more towards the Asia side then. Hero, you want to only the center? Yeah, I'd be up for one, but not with this current rotation. I'm waiting for the rotation to change. which I think is tomorrow, right?
More the merrier.
Oh, we have a red.
We're done here.
Because also I want to do it in a testing meta, and depends on if you're up for that. And want to see if... Oh, we actually have charged, so let's get this elite patrol. I want to go to a loop 10 and see how many levels that gives, and then from there kind of decide what to do with that.
A little pick me up.
So actually want to...
Agent charge compromised. Charge transfer initiated.
What are you doing from this? I mean, with the debuff, you will. Because yeah, there's the send changes tomorrow, so if it's a rat or an NB, preferably. What I might do this evening though is just get a Nemesis run in just to have that be done on main account. Because even with slots, the Nemesis run is fine. Do I need any resources? Actually, it does.
Are they still there?
Leave us alone.
What we got?
Charge compromised. Shade signature exposed to melee.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Maybe they'll stay away from now on.
Because I'm hoping that, yeah, 15 likely will be enough. I'm gonna guess 10 likely isn't, but I want to try 10 first. Well, we're gonna also try 15 first, and then try to go down.
I could use a shield like that.
Okay. My aim is a little bit not woken up yet. What am I stuck on? Oh. We'll reload in.
Start enjoying the little time you have left on this world. There are plenty of hidden pleasures on offer.
Hostile convoy identified. Charge exposed.
I should be doing a few more cover to covers. Transfers.
Charge transfer activated.
Eating up a lot of ammo.
Progress halted. Manual override required.
Let's go override
Access key
manual.
detected.
That's not how it's working. Round hogging through Canton. Oh yeah, that's I feel that's always the case with Canton anyways. Just very much. Did I get the crate?
Progress resumed.
Somebody doing the objectives. Am I doing the objectives?
Charge exposed. Charge transfer initiated.
No one can save you.
I just wanted to stand in front of them for a little bit. Although, yeah, the global event makes it not very representative of
Override
its
required.
general use. I'm gonna kill everybody else before I kill this one. It's like a nice thing. This lets me, in similar fashion to the high-end Turk drone hybrid Headhunter, I just have an option of dealing with the rushers in different ways. These zones are too good. Let's maybe go up against the New York faction. SMG sounds good. Because I just want to put a few hours on this build alone. Oh, actually, that's why it was fun doing hyenas, wasn't it? Just to get some of those disrupts in, but I can always get those later. Because those disrupts will not actually be hard. So I should try to. Should maybe do that actually. Play around a little bit in this area, but afterwards I'm gonna go to try to get the 60 for this week. Which is never a required thing. You can just do 30 a week. I've done 60 a week every time for forever. Even back in year one when that was actually a hard thing to do. So keeping that train going, kind of. Not that anybody really sees that or cares or like that there's that anything of that remains or something or get a badge or anything. That extra charge really helps. Oh, I didn't have enough for
Charge compromised.
that was never gonna work.
Immediate medical assistance
Hope
needed.
nobody's up there.
Agent vital signs 0.
I went there. Yeah, let's grab the grade 25 weapon so we can actually start on a red. Because if I could have started there on a red, that would have been a lot easier. Oh, that's a that's a big blob of humans. So likely we need at least grade 10 or something. I'm curious about this one though. Just out of curiosity. Yeah. This is likely descented because in 4K hours doing 50K, yeah. No, you didn't. That's beyond the realm of reason. Is that, let's see, H5D? Or do you mean just headshot HSD? I'm messing about with a build I'm going to add to the collection. Made a ninja bike variant of it already, but now trying out the memento variants.
Civilians in distress.
The only real difference between them is, yeah, the ninja bike lets me also go to safe houses and stuff. Actually, we just lose this 30% accuracy, right? Because we have the weapon handling coming from this instead. We get also 50 max. Oh, well, we have them at 50 maxes already. We just lose chain killer and the 13 DTA. But then we get the memento bonuses once we get memento going.
You know why we have to do this.
But yeah, I'm happy that now we can. But are these guys having ragers or being ragered? Anyway. I only have one shot in my mag. That's.
Charge exposed.
Although that's with the level. Curious to see how much that would be without.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Out of stock. I need bullets.
Well, actually, we know it's like 17 million, but if I could kill a Rager, anything.
Civilians.
Oh, heroic fighter. I've just never seen it been like that. But yeah, generally, any solo farming.
Lost visual on the target.
Wait, how do I also not have the charge? They're not even aggro. Oh, they're. Is that one of these rushers? Yeah. So that grenadier was part of this. They got pretty far away. Let's look at this.
Hey, thanks. Things were looking pretty grim.
As with Zuya, we have now just enough damage to get by with something silly like this. Oh, this zone is also actually the daily. Yeah, what is the project daily? Tombs. I'm actually trying tombs. So I want to see if you can get rogues in that one spot or if they just remove that, because that would also be a way of fixing it. Just we remove the ability for that spot to have rogues in the infirmary. So and hey, the remedy. No, so this is the memento version of that ninja bike build. So a little bit different, but it still works. I thought actually the memento without being charged up would not work, but it just barely works. But also it needs like grade 15 plus basically, which is not. And even then, like these guys are with the lieutenant here. Yeah, still doesn't really work out because of rages.
Charge exposed.
But at least if I'm just doing outcasts and stuff, it works perfectly fine. Which is, what the thing we do with hotshot anyway already. Gonna take the full reload here.
Detecting additional
For the next
hostile
one.
contacts.
But yeah, there again. That purple was Ragered. That shield is about to break just because of the global event.
Charge transfer activated. Access key detected.
But it can do a red on first, a purple on second, and then elite on third. So it works out for activities. And this shield is then much more powerful. It loses effectively against a ninja bike. It loses the all of the DTA and then the hot shots 2-shot bonus, or the second shot bonus especially, or the faster stacking, which really affects the second shot. And we lose 30 accuracy, but accuracy isn't that big of an issue anyway, because this has the same 15 weapon handling that the contractors would have, but then we have the magazine size as well. So. But I wasn't expecting the memento to, but yeah, Zuia's 20 is actually pretty powerful. Turns out that 20 weapon damage is, or 20, rifle damage is weapon. It's pretty powerful. Between the two, so yeah, I don't think I have a favorite between the two. Partially as well because of, well, the memento is kind of nice for its regen and stuff.
Charge exposed.
Was some shooting there.
Exposed through melee.
It's also annoying. For instance, here in New York, I would love to be able to go to like this safe house and then go to here, or go to this safe house and go to here. And there, every time I drop my memento stack, so I end up just, you know,
Incoming
not
hostiles detected.
always having the benefit of the memento, or I don't go to those places, which for New York is kind of unworkable. For DC, for a few zones, it's fine because you also have the mission, a lot more missions and the classifieds and stuff like that.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
What I might be doing actually as well with the Ninja Bike one is to, instead of contractors, to take, because yeah, a few people made the good point of taking Eagle's Grasp as secondary instead of the contractors on it. And then also having another 30 weapon handling from the third piece of Zvia. I think if I do that to the Ninja Bike, we might try that later on today. I feel if I do that with the Ninja Bike, then that might actually... You know what? I'm gonna hang on to this chatterbox. Actually, I might put this in this guy's inventory just for his Oxy build. I feel each of them does a thing. I'm gonna definitely keep both. So one of them is on second account, one of them is on my main account. When I have two builds that are kind of similar, that's how I usually solve it for myself. I'll put one on one account, the other on the other, and then, you know, when I'm on this account, I'll play with this one. When I'm on that account, I'll play with that one. But I'm just enjoying the style of the build. Either way. And actually for the build showcase, I'm just gonna do them combined. Because they're very similar in how they play. It's just different layout, and that leads to you being able to do different things. Because the regen and the, especially the armor pickups on this thing. When I'm aggressive with this thing, it works out so much better. But that depends on also if you're, you know, a player that plays aggressive. Especially against cleaners and outcasts, this thing is going to just be amazing. Rikers, not so much. With the ragers.
Incoming hostiles detected.
They have these bonus armors and stuff for when you're just running into people.
Charge exposed.
They're going to be coming from there, otherwise we would have seen them.
Charge transfer initiated. Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles. Access key detected.
I was gonna say, hey look, see, I can kind of hit every enemy, and then I missed twice on the biggest enemy. But I feel discounted the memento. I just wasn't expecting the memento to be able to reach the point of one-shotting. But actually, looking at it afterwards, that was just my mistake, because what we're mostly losing is DTA, and that doesn't matter when I'm shooting under red, of course. Like, I should have been able to guess. The outcome, but
Target found. Need more ammo. Watch for the shield.
yeah, I think if I put an Eagle's Grasp on the Ninja Bike, that one might be my more preferred one, just because then yeah, it would have 30 weapon handling more than this. That is significant. For the reload especially as well. But also I can just go wherever.
They're using a shield!
Why did I go for the purple?
This is empty set.
Agent charge compromised.
It's actually... transfer.
Shade signature exposed to melee.
Got you now, motherfucker!
I think the full reload here.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Well, we're
Damn.
There's also the memento one just for other players and stuff. So it'll need it'll need a lot more grading. But still likely just 15, so it's still attainable. That's not a difficult hurdle to clear, but that's more than like the 5 that the other one needs. And especially just for activitying like this, especially if you're okay also with the tournament. I want to get a Diamondback for this guy as well and just run a Diamondback. I think I would personally enjoy the Diamondback more for this. Then you do need to hit the heads, of course. Not so much for going fast, but much more for just, yeah. I enjoy actually having to kind of deal with that. What's your opinion about seasonal characters? I think the idea and possibilities are cool, but I fear they won't implement it well. I'm basically at that same level as you there. So one of the things I was hoping for, and there were, now that we have seen the FAQ, we know that it's just 1 character slot extra, and it appears to be. I might actually remove that person from my friends list because they keep inviting me. Should check actually what thing they are in, but I'm gonna guess they just have people on their friend list or something and they invite them for stuff. But yeah, it's not an appropriate thing to do. But yeah, I'm not wholly against the idea. The thing that people go like, oh, but you have to start over and you know, you lose everything. I did that without seasonal characters. I chose to do so. I made a 2nd account. I made a 3rd account. All of my characters on this account, for instance, as well, are just leveled normally. They are not leveled with boost by choice. Because I actually enjoy going through the base game and stuff again. I find that enjoyable, actually. So I am kind of their target demographic. But yeah, it depends on the implementation. And their FAQ was horrendous. Like, I'm much more pissed off about their FAQ that they put out than the actual seasonal character things. Because they kept talking about modifiers without actually saying. So I can understand that they don't have it all set in stone. And they don't want to, you know, have that be out there. But you still need to give us the gist of what the modifiers means. Like, just literally, what does that mean to you? Is it literally directives are on? Is it, you know, this season we have these 3 gear sets and these 4 brands. Figure the best thing out with them. Is it there is always 5 directives on? Is it yeah, I don't know. Weapons do half damage, skills do double damage, or the inverse. Stuff like that. Oh, this is the baddie. I don't want the baddie. I don't want to do this elite either because I don't really. I mean, I could actually do cover to deal with it. So I should go to this zone. Well, actually. This zone is ages, but if it has a few public executions, I might grab them. Yeah, let's go get some of these. And indeed, the thing is the possibilities are, well, not endless, but, you know, there could be cool stuff done with that. But yeah, I don't think I will really have an opinion on it until, not even when they like really explain it and the patch notes are out and everything, but until I've really played it for like 20 hours or so. But overall, yeah, I'm definitely not one of like, I'm quitting. Everybody should quit. We should boycott everything, burn everything down. I don't think that is the proper response to anything. Like unless it's the we're shutting down the servers.
Civilians in danger.
Like okay, then maybe. I pushed in way too deep with the uncharged memento.
Charge compromised.
Let's see if this can save me.
Charge transfer initiated.
Why is the... Where are you guys coming from such a... Yeah, that's more than normal angle, thank you. Those rushes were kind of weirdly going much more to my left instead of coming at me as a straight line. Likely some pathing there. They were going around something that they thought was there. Or like their pathing thought was there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Jumping that there. Let's just do one of these.
Charge transfer initiated. Charge compromised.
Shit!
Just saw a person, I was like, I'll talk to her. No, we have to talk to this one.
I got you now.
He's the talker. Okay, let's go here. I didn't even shoot at you guys. Why are you guys shooting at me? Yeah, their
Serious trauma.
optimal range got in the way. Oh yeah,
Agent killed.
oh. It didn't even flash up. That's likely because I was in the menu when she first shot me, but it didn't even flash up at from what direction they were coming. But that's fine. I want to go up over here anyway. So let's go. For instance, yeah, there's so many things it could be, and some of them I could actually see myself enjoying, but yeah, it's much more we're kind of still speculating what they are over that they tell us. At the very least, we do retain anything like all of the SHT levels and stuff that we get on those characters get transferred over. One of my biggest gripes with other games that have seasonal characters is that generally the character goes poof at the end of a season. Here, that will still happen. That's still also kind of my biggest gripe with that. As you do get an extra slot. You can make well actually it depends. If you aren't using all your slots, you can keep the character at the end just because but it still takes up an extra slot. I was somewhat hopeful. I wasn't expecting it, but yeah, for a seasonal slot per season, but that's maybe too much to ask. I can understand that being too much. But that still means that, yeah, their wording was we get to retain the character and it gets added to your roster, which is technically true, but retaining the character when you have to then delete it for the next season, yeah. But in our case, so I feel with Diablo and stuff, it was much more so... I only did it for one season. I might be like completely off, but from what I've seen from most other ones, is it basically turns into a badge. You know, you keep basically a commendation that you did the things, and then the character goes. But here, at least we're keeping all of the gear, all of the anything we farm on it, anything we SHG levels we get on it and stuff. Still don't think it's the best idea. I would be so. One thing I was thinking of maybe, you know, so how would you do it? And the answer I would give is maybe to just have it be a toggle. So if you want to have those modifiers on, it doesn't really matter if it's a new character or not, because even in there, unless they like restrict this in some way, we're just gonna farm up a striker set as fast as we can and, and just get going. I mean, even on the third account I had, by level 60, 70, I had a workable striker set, and you know, I was comfortable doing anything heroic. Because part of it as well, of that balance, is not just having the new character, it's also that, you know, you don't have the knowledge as a new player. Because if I have access to Eclipse, yeah, I'm gonna make everything pretty easy, especially if I'm playing with other seasonal people that are also doing the season and they grab a few strikers, and that, like, there is no we'll figure something out against it. I feel it should much more be a toggle, maybe, that we can just toggle on our characters, and then when we toggle it, maybe there is a seasonal stash and stuff with the, like, just our loadouts get, but implementation wise, I can see why they wouldn't do it that way, because that would be a lot of work and a lot of things could break. And well, basically taking your characters that you have now and then just you toggle them and into season, and then for the season they basically, you know, have their own, they go to a different stash, they go to a different they don't have their builds anymore, and then you start them off with maybe just like 6 pieces of something just to start them off with.
Additional hostile contacts.
You just give them a few pieces of a build. Because at worst, you can, even if you have gray gear on a level 40 character, you can just go and on normal farm some pieces, and then, you know, once you have the 4-piece striker ready, it's done already. That 4 months to give us more details. Yep. Although, well, they've had 2 chances to give us more details. That's the issue, kind of, as well. They have, I mean, they've always been pretty bad at communicating. The developer notes were another one where it was just, for instance, the initial response to the combat lock and the uproar about it was very tone deaf. And in the end, they still came around. So why didn't they come around, like,
Charge compromised.
what stuff like that? And also just in communication in general. I mean, we've been memeing about their, you know, it's a tactical shooter, which Division definitely isn't a tactical shooter. You can make some cases for it, you know, in parts it is a cover shooter, and, you know, you can play it tactically, so you use tactics. But that's not what a tactical shooter means in general parlance. That's much more of a, you know, a quick-based shooter that also generally doesn't have, you know, health-based enemies. It's just one shot, one kill kind of stuff. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That was up here, but that's not where we're headed. Hey, yeah, oh, weapon handling rolls on. Oh, on this, yeah. So this hasn't been added to the build collection yet. I'll likely do it a little bit later, maybe at the end of this stream. But yeah, it's all weapon handling headshots. Although, yeah, 3 pieces are named. So Picaro's, Fox's, Eagle's Grasp. So they're just headshots. Well, of course, here Eagle's Grasp has weapon handling. And then, the second piece of Brazos. I haven't completely maxed these out yet. Actually, interestingly, both of them are 6% weapon handling. So we're missing in total 4% weapon handling, which isn't meaningful here. I'll still optimize them out before the end here, but haven't yet. And this does need a grade 15-ish, grade 10 maybe, grade 10 to 15-ish. To start off on a red and then shoot a purple second. That's his big limitation. Where is this guy? Screw. Let's go there. compared to, you know, actually a full red and stuff. But on the other hand, I do have a 5-tier shield, a pretty powerful shield. With SHD exposed here on, it doesn't feel as powerful just because, yeah, we have a damage debuff on us, even though they have reduced the amount of it. And it's not as bad as if the enemy has a golden bullet and is shooting you, because those hurt. But yeah, I've been kind of enjoying it because just tech tanky, but then headhunter with determined. And also if you don't use determined, so even if you were to use an 1886, although if you're not using determined, I would go diamondback. Not sure the weak point there.
Charge compromised.
But yeah, importantly, you need to suck less than I am.
Assistance needed.
Sucking. I'm not really warmed
Charge
up.
transfer activated.
Just get the actual headshot in. You need one headshot to start with, and the rest. Also here, we're just gonna get one guy jumping out of this window in a second. Let's get the full reload. And that's the downside as well, just having to do the full reload.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, this place is always weird like this. It only spawns one guy on the defense. Kinda as with some of the places where you do convoys or such, where just one enemy spawns per wave. This here always just spawns one enemy on the territory controls. Actually, yeah, let's go back to roaming this zone. Although yeah, it's mostly Rikers, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, this place is also not much better, but it's mostly this place that is mostly cleaners. So I should go up against, yeah, let's go from Haven. I'm gonna give up my memento stacks for that. That's the downside of this version, because there's also a Ninja Bike version. That one's already on the build collection. Although I might change that Ninja Bike version to have the Eagle's Grasp on it instead of Contractors. And then what that Ninja Bike one would have is 30 weapon handling more than this one versus, well, 30 weapon handling, 30 accuracy more than this one. But then, and also 5 weapon damage, 5 DTA, but then that against all of the buffs from the Memento. But I'm okay giving up all of the buffs of the Memento, especially when I'm like activity farming, because I want to go to safe houses if I can. And it does the same thing. It can shoot a red to start off with, a purple or a red for the second shot, and then from there, just whatever's. Except names. And they do have to also, hopefully next week, we'll see a patch for...
Charge compromised. Access key detected.
I'll just wait out the blind. Is everybody going upstairs?
Do this all day. They'll pay for that.
Whatever activities, this is nice. Like, I don't even... It's just point and click adventuring. And just... mowing. And this wasn't available to us before. Just because you could generally, with a high grade, you could kill a red to start off with, but then also it would struggle killing a purple on the second shot and stuff. Because I've tried similar setups to this before, and it just never really worked out. So now that we have, it's really Zvia coming in with an extra 20 weapon damage that has elevated this build to just, because it just barely works. Like, we're just hitting just over the amounts of a red. With ungraded weapon, I wouldn't even be able to start on a red without the memento charged. It would need 2 shots.
Incoming hostiles detected. Agent charge compromised.
And some of these misses are, I'm just going, what am I
Key
doing?
detected.
I think it's also a little bit the tiredness and stuff. So I get up pretty early today, I had to do a bunch of work stuff, and I was like, you know what, let's stream anyway. I want to put some hours on this build. Although in a little bit, I might actually just go and get some of the Hyenas Disrupted and the SHD skill kills on Black Tusk. Also, one of the other limitations is it has a 28-meter range, optimal range. 1886s are
Charge compromised.
not full-fledged rifles in that way.
Big deal.
I want to transfer my charge with the melee here.
Shade network exposed to melee. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Civilians in danger. Charge transfer activated.
So it's elite cleaners. I think this setup as well would work fine with whenever Reanimated comes around, and just with a lightweight M4 or something. And then you have it super easy. Just because, yeah, or even a classic M1A and stuff. Let's go get that hostage rescue still on there. Might go and yeah. We'll just go murder some Black Tusk. I'll just run solo with a drone build, and then later on we might just matchmake and see about getting a few invaded missions, and I'll just run Eclipse, and that will not give as many like per thing, but I'd go to character 1 and actually use the third drone build that I barely ever use, which is the high end without hybridizing with a gear set or anything. Just that, it's because I never end up using that thing.
Key detected.
You're going down.
Agent charge compromised.
There's an instance there as well. We didn't have enough for a ragered enemy.
Transfer activated.
In this case, a lieutenanted enemy.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Shoot her in the butt to transfer.
You deserve this.
Did you stop wiggling?
Watch my back while I feel this fucking mad.
You tools need some help.
Shit, that was one of ours.
Let's get that guy.
You'll die before.
One thing I need to do is actually just stand still, because one of the that is actually a little bit of a noticeable difference. Although it's not that slow, but whenever if I'm coming out of a run, it is very noticeable. The Ninja Bike 1 has 30% the accuracy more, because it's getting the 2-piece from the Fox's Prayer, and just when I'm moving, the amount that like, because I keep moving and then firing and then not hitting the center, which is it should be expected, but the Ninja Bike 1 gave me a lot more confidence than I should have maybe as well with that. The difference 30 accuracy makes there. Although I mean that's not a small number. Yeah, let's go get these guys and then some Black Tusk skill kill farming. Or let's see, we did get 13 lulls even. I didn't make a mental note of when we started, but I think we spent like 30 minutes in like fixing up the build collections parts. So likely in an hour we did like 13 levels there. Because in general doing 15 per hour isn't that hard. It's just 5 directives, a decent-ish enough build that can deal with the 5 directives, and you're good.
Move up. I'm going in. Have some. Got a jammer here.
Just gonna back up out of that
Charge
jammer.
exposed.
And really the only awkward part of it is the
On
reload.
its way.
It is a
Detecting
long
additional
reload,
hostile contacts.
and especially with the ammo thing, you have to reload from empty because it acts in the same way as shotguns and stuff. Whenever you reload, it drops down to 0. So you're better off emptying it all the way and then filling it back up. Actually,
Jesus!
way out of optimal, but also I don't want to run all the way down there and then run all the way back up to have a friendly chat with our lovely hostages.
In there, please.
I've got you covered.
Right,
Can't
good
believe
chat.
it.
Let's
We
do it
won.
against.
Check those bodies.
And that zone got added, of course. Do we have any cleaner stuff here? Oh, this one became Rikers as well. That's why it's all Rikers. Oh, that's cleaners. Yeah, let's go get that one. No. And then we'll just one more. as often happens.
Come on. Move your fucking ass.
Need to take a closer look.
That was likely just scavenging. She scavenged a shot to the torso that was a headshot. Determined. And this thing, of course, also kind of, as with a lot of these, it's
Charge compromised.
determined makes it a lot more
Hostiles
powerful.
detected.
But also at this point, I don't think they're gonna change it anymore. I'm willing to bet that what they maybe mean with modifiers is then what they might try to do is stuff like that. Just Headhunter, just it works like, you know, perfect Headhunter, and then Strikers is like 65 stacks and 130 stacks or something like that. That is a lot more balanced.
Target is nearby.
You know, Hunter's Furies buff only works with SMGs and stuff. Headhunter is at most like 900% instead of 1250. A lot of stuff like that, just to yeah, basically shift the meta. Just in effect nerfs, but then it's just for the seasonal, so people won't be as pissed off. And they would see if they can get away with it. That's kind of my expectations of what modifiers will end up being. Let's go get cleaned up on this character. And then, yeah, let's go for some SHD skill kills on Black Dusk. I'm surprised actually that they changed the wording. Because this used to be... because it used to be just whenever it was skill kills, it would just say SHD kills. So it wouldn't even say skill kills, it would say SHD skills Black Dusk or stuff like that. Which most people, you know, will figure out and
See you, Agent.
and understand, but yeah, I can understand maybe that I mean, them just making it more clear is there's nothing wrong with it. Preferably, they do that just with a lot of things. Because the next build video, or the next video, is going to be the build showcase on this set of builds, and then
Nice doing business with you.
after that one, I'm going to do a video on the currently wrong text of the game. Both for talents and just some random other stuff that is also just misworded. He's cleaned up.
Nice to see you, Agent.
I was also having a peek at the SHD up there and seeing it creep up slowly to the next milestone. Which I'll be happy to hit.
Thanks for your business.
$23K is in 41 levels. Yeah, we'll leave him on this. Well, actually, I'm gonna put that. No, not let this. I want to put that 1886 back into the stash. Graded one. And then eventually we'll. How many stars am I up to? 61 already. Haven't done many of the challenges, but we'll get to them later. I'm gonna do them all on Friday with all 3 accounts. I'll spend most of the day doing that. Let's go to character 1 on this account. We'll grab the full turret drone just because that's the most powerful turret drone. All the characters have a turret drone builds. Most of the other ones have hybrids. But yeah, she has the 3-piece Empress, 2-piece Hannah Yu, 1-piece Wyvern
Entering safe area.
setup. Although yeah, hers is actually much more based as well, even on being somewhat hybridized. Because yeah, just with glass, it is with a lot of crit chance. I'm always put off by people that put way too much haste on this. I might have too little. I would maybe put 3 haste on these. But we also have that option. We could just swap this to a haste and, you know, swap some other parts to, hey, although actually we could even do it with the mods, basically. But yeah, I feel going full haste is meaningless here. Like, this build has no haste on the turret and the drone. We do have, of course, haste from skill efficiency. We have from Hannah Yu. The turret is 18 seconds. The drone is 19 seconds per cooldown. The maxed out haste and stuff takes the turret to like 9 something and the drone to like 10 something. So you are technically halving it, but also you're, you know, instead of that, I have 56 crit chance, 111 crit damage. Like that's much more usable. Especially the capacitor hits hard now, so it's not even a bad deal. Any zones good? No. We kind of want to just do zones. Let's go do. So one thing I could do here is just do it at normal, basically. Won't do that. I'll keep directives up. I'm not that interested in leveling too much. Because even fog of war and stuff will get me killed. Especially in just running around in the open world.
Civilians in danger.
She has a ton of bounties here saved, right? I'm not going to pick up any of the bounties I make here. Just to not accidentally overwrite the ones there.
Got a target. I'll trap him. I got him. Phone has eyes on me.
If you're AFKing at your drone builds, in my opinion, unless you're doing something else in the meantime, you're doing it wrong. Ever since the capacitor came into the game, like that has been something you shouldn't be doing anyway. What you should be doing actually with your drone build is both shooting yourself and then also trying to keep your third and drone on target. Yeah, another pet peeve is people that go like, your drone builds are AFK builds. It's just like, okay, you've played them wrong or you've never played.
Targeting enemy asset.
Wasn't even there. I did lose my drone for some seconds. Oh, that's a named one. I'll grab the completion. I'm not gonna grab the bound. Sir, stop running away from me.
Agent, we're being flanked.
I'm gonna turn off damage numbers though. I don't need that anymore. Also, I see you. Oh,
Serious
I was too
trauma
close.
detected.
Anyway, I am glass, so I did take a lot of damage. I'm just gonna go pick up my turret. Actually, no, that's fine. These guys aren't black dust, so one thing I'm trying to do is when I'm shooting at any of the black dust is just to basically let my turret and my drone get the last hit.
Can't believe this shit's happening.
Just so they, get the SHD skill kills on Black Tusk. Let's actually track it. And I think this way is gonna take a while. You're much better off if you want to farm it. Yeah, either setting your world on normal. But there's also a few places. So Yapam was talking about doing it on DARPA on the first room. I think that might actually be a good place for it. But I feel I enjoyed better just doing it on heroic. Just getting some loot along the way. Getting some murders along the way.
I was like you once. I did not see the value in an organization like the True Sons. But it was hearing Major Castillo's story that changed my mind. Major Castillo lost his wife and daughter to the green poison. And in trying to make sense of that loss, he found a new purpose in his work. Without him, the Pentaco Fairview power plant would have fallen into disrepair.
Just gonna put it here. Wait, did you chase me all the way down here? Oh no, yeah, you did. No, that was just somebody's spot. Let's not die.
The roamers are not hostile.
And yeah, this thing, the roamers. The Fradies and the roamers. I'm gonna guess that's either for the DLC or that's maybe... Or is that just flavor? I don't think we have an answer to that yet, right?
Access key detected.
Because no matter what the odds, we Americans are
Progress
dedicated
halted.
and resilient people. Like
Manual
Major
override
Castillo,
required.
in the face of a national crisis, we did not feel sorry for ourselves. We got to work.
Wait, what? Oh, is there? Oh, there's another one there.
Coming back online.
I'm like, why is this thing doing a double?
Outbreak level.
Progress resumed.
But yeah, no, there's another one nearby over there. So
And I hope to show you
we're actually like
that I do not want to.
hearing both.
I do not want to take the capital.
Don't want to kill any of them. It's weaken.
Manual override required.
I'll patch that.
We are getting ready for winter. We are harvesting the digestion packing them for storage. We've harvested to feed hundreds of people. And if winter is mild, we should be able to forage the mushrooms and wild greens. Did you know
20.
that 1/5 of winters in DC, there's no snow?
Wait, is it 250 or is it 500? It's gonna be 250, right? Ah, yeah, 250 is. I'll get
If it
250
is,
then.
if it doesn't get that cold, we might have
We'll
like
get
a
a
year-round growing season.
bunch of X0 pieces as well.
We'll have fresh salsa for the castle's famous fish tacos. I'm just saying.
One thing you could do as well is just leave it for a day that there is a good targeted.
Not have been the leader we elected, but when we needed him to step out from behind the speaker's podium and onto Air Force One,
I'm just gonna shoot the mini tank,
the wonderful work
stack up the capacitor.
of President Mendez. President Ellis has been relentless in his efforts to make the world safer and more secure, so that we can get this great nation back on track, and we can start to rebuild from the ashes left behind by the division.
Oh, this place is also components, which I need. Yeah. We should grab some while we're here.
Some of you may have heard that I am working with the Secretary of
Any other
Homeland
thing
Security,
look
Calvin
Do
McMahon.
you have any
I would
questions?
like to take this opportunity to clarify the tenure of our relationship. The government has had
And
contracts
the
with Sokolow
Nemesis
Concern
blueprint is
for
always a,
when my father
a
still
weird
ran the
one.
company. When the Green
But yeah, feel free to
Progress halted.
ask a question.
Manual override required.
Because I can kind of guess it, but there's usually two questions about the Nemesis. It's one of the. It's either about getting the blueprint and when is the next time, which likely will be a little while from now. We had it like last week, right? Or last week or the week before, so. And the other is the drop, like when does Nemesis drop? And whenever you have either blueprint, so yeah, either the crafting one or if somebody shared it to you, so I have the reconstruction one, or reconfiguration one. You didn't need to have one piece for it. Wait, it's not invaded this week, is it? Right? No. It's nice. You do need to have one part, but you can always go back to that mission. So you don't need it to for the blueprint. You don't need it to be the first run of the week. For the parts, you do need it to be the first run of the week. Actually, no. Well, for that one, you don't either. You can do it from the repeat because you can do it with Tidal Basin in the past. It's actually just Manning. Manning needs that. That was. I remember there being something about the first one of the week, but yeah, Manning gives a random component, random non-duplicate component that you, so components you don't have yet, but just randomly from any of them, and that's just for the first one of the week.
Leader and owner, sure. The head boss bitch is Black Tusk. Do you know what her nickname is? What her friends call her? Nap. Like the bug. The little black flies that bug the shit out of you. Super small and hard to see, but always getting in your eye and next to
Need
your
the
day on a
skirt.
hot summer day.
Oh, okay, so it was Manning? No, it's DOA did. So you either need to wait for. You can look online. I don't remember which one gives like what named part. Been a while. But you can look that up online. It will say which stronghold gives what piece, and Manning can give you any of the pieces. And if you're just missing one piece, then yeah, Manning can also be, you know, your final one. The thing is, if you just have one of the pieces and then, or well, one of the stronghold parts, because you always have the scope, you always get the scope, and then you get one of the other parts from the. Yeah, and then you have 3 stronghold pieces.
Hostile control point.
If you just have one of them and you randomly from Manning get one that then the next week is invaded, it doesn't actually cut down on your time. You just can skip doing the invasion that week, but doesn't save you that much. If it's only one piece you're missing, then yeah, if Manning comes up as invaded or the stronghold you're after, either or will work. Although yeah, Manning invaded.
Hostiles detected. Detected.
Why did you have to be on target? Still kind of missed. It's getting letting. Oh, you guys aren't Blacklist.
Serious trauma detected.
How dare you not be Blacklist? I mean, that's why we killed them, right? They're not Blacklist. It's against the law. But yeah, I'm after Blacklists. So. Your deaths didn't even mean anything. Let's go get the elites up there. I got it to drop from an exotic cache. Yep. Once you have the blueprints, it is in your exotic pool, and you can also farm for it. So that does happen, and yeah, that does seem a little weird. But mechanically, once you understand that the blueprints matter for them being either from your exotic caches or just from targeted loot drops. And yeah, you having the crafting blueprints will do that, but also if one gets shared to you, at that point, Inaya will have the reconfiguration blueprint. Her just having it is already as well enough. You don't actually need to buy it. Technically, everything in the vendors is actually in your inventory. That's how the game does it. So just Inaya having the blueprint is already enough for you to also.
Medical assistance needed.
I'm gonna die there.
Agent vital signs 0.
I needed to blow up that that pouch, but also I shouldn't have been standing out in the middle of the street out of cover. I should have done it from next to cover or stuff like that. It was just me talking and not paying attention. So what's the deal? Would that drop the screen? No. So the thing is, once you have the Nemesis, one thing you could do just to also, because otherwise the items will stay in here, and that's kind of annoying. Just you don't want them all to always be here, right? What you can do is hide the Nemesis. So what you have to do then is just make a alt character. You can just do a DC start and just run up to the White House. It's like 10 minutes to get to that point. Not even, like 5 minutes. Then that character has access to the stash. If an item is either in your inventory or in your stash, the game kind of like sees it. It knows it's there. So the thing to do is to hide it on the other character, because if it's on the other character's inventory, it's hidden basically. And then if you do District Union, you'll get that last piece. You can craft even a second one, get those items out of your inventory, and also you get Nemesis out of it, of course, which you can deconstruct for the exotic component. Or if it's better than the other one, you deconstruct the other one, if one is detox or something.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Because that's one of the ways actually for farming and stuff. Because you can, for instance, keep refarming all of the exotics that have drops. So for instance, Liberty as well, you can do in the same way of just continuously doing the missions for it and just re-getting it. It's not really worth it because it takes more time than, you know, than just a lot of other things you could be doing. But yeah, some people do that, and some people like keep refarming the chatterbox, which, you know, is tied to the opening the crates and stuff. So.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah. Although, I mean, if you're doing it and you're enjoying your time, and also maybe if you're doing it on heroic and there's good targets and stuff.
Hostile broadcast.
Along with those things. Because overall, I end up doing more weeklies and dailies and stuff, and that gives an exotic component as well. But yeah, for the Nemesis, you just have to hide it basically to get that, to get the last parts that you need. And yeah, the easiest way is just to put it on an alt character if you have one already, or if you just need one, just it's just making a character, do a DC start, or even a New York start, either order. The New York start is like 12 minutes instead of 5 minutes. You get to Haven instead of to the White House. So. Because once you're at the White House, you have access to your main stash, and you just put the Nemesis in with your main character, pull it out with the other one, and just the game doesn't know where it is. And then you can get the part, craft it, and then you can do whatever. Or you can just avoid it if you don't mind having like those in here and such. If they don't bother you, which I don't like not unless you're, you know, pedantic about such things, which I am. I very much am. I've definitely gone out of my way to actually get them out. It's black dust right now.
Some of you may have heard that I am working with the Secretary of Homeland Security to help him manage. I would like to take this opportunity
Is that mini tank guys? I actually don't know.
The government has had contact with Sokolov Concern, so lately when my father still ran the company. When the green poison tragedy,
Mini tank death gates.
and rogue agents in New York greatly damaged the reputation and trust placed in their hands, Cal asked me to help control the secondary outbreak. An outbreak of reckless and out-of-control division agents who refused to follow the directives of President Andrew Ellis.
Don't you dare. Get away. He murdered.
I want to take a moment to recognize the excellent and professional work of
Hostile broadcast detected.
under his leadership.
Access key detected.
Were able to shed the label of traitor and prove that they are true patriots. With his focus on
No, they're true sons.
collaboration,
Not true
and
patriots.
containment. The true sons have
Manual
saved
override
countless lives.
required.
Never forget that the true sons were members of the JTF. It was only under General Ridgway that their move
Progress resumed.
No worries. And I always feel free to ask any questions. Yeah, that's also what's in the title. Because yeah, a lot of systems of Division are like that. It's. I mean, a lot of games are like that, right? It's. They have a lot of stuff that you know because you know, because you ran into it.
Hostile broadcast.
If you haven't, you haven't. And it doesn't explain its systems in depth. So. But yeah, luckily we have a good community because also I haven't figured like all of these things out. I'm repeating partially as well, just things that I know people have tested and played around with, And now we know. Let's go there. I'm afraid of that marauder there, but no buts. Or actually, big butt. The marauder is a big butt. He's a big butt face.
Hostile
I
control
also love
point
how,
nearby.
so look at this Isaac line, right? It goes around the building all the way over there and then goes that, like, it's right there, Isaac. Why are you making me go all the way? And the answer is there is no path here. Like it's just trying to hit, like there is actually a walking path here, that thing. Go away, Marauder, nobody likes you. Your father was a goose and you smell, and your mother smells of elderberries. I don't remember if it's the other way around. Actually, I don't remember if the first sentence of that is correct. Also, quite recently, it was annoying that I didn't do it on stream, but yeah, I had a hunter here, and I had the thing, I had the world set to normal. I was just getting resources from here, and I came here at nighttime. It was a stalker hunter, as often is here. And if you can get him, because what he sometimes does is jump off this ladder instead of just poofing out there or just jumping down all the way and then poofing. Sometimes he goes on the ladder and then tries to escape. But if while he's on the ladder, that's like a long climb down because they don't like slide down or jump down. So I got to actually kill him on the ladder. I was like, damn it. Why didn't I catch that? Although we've killed, I mean, there's a bunch of clips nowadays of, especially Toasty, as he runs around a lot more with Headhunter builds of him murdering those guys. We have enough time to go get this thing. I want to get that elite convoy, of course. That spawns a lot, and also if we can get them to spawn in a truck and have it be so that oh, I don't have the global event on. What am I doing? The global event on. Why don't I have the global event on? The answer is I was doing some countdowns on this character. Actually, we did some countdowns on all the characters, so it's going to be off on all of them. Because, might as well have the global event on. It helps with turret and drone, actually. You can just cover to cover and just murder more. Yeah, let's go get these guys, and then these guys will be closer to here, which... Is there any place where... I mean, here-ish, we could get them to spawn in a door. Because most of the places they'll pass is sewers.
Civilians in distress.
This is for you.
Get them the other way around.
The enemy's deployed on
Ooh, nice. I called the drone back. I was actually trying to time it there, so it would pass the turret and get Faradayed when the dog exploded. Because what I should have done is actually put out my turret and then done the missiles and kill the dog and then get my drone out.
Charge compromised.
You know, those moments feel good. Like there was a plan and I executed the plan and it worked out.
We made it.
aggroed by something else by the looks of things. Okay, what I should do is run around in the oven a little. And it being a debuff on enemies instead of a buff on us, it actually does work for the turret and the drone as well. That's also why they actually put these two.
Is that the last one?
Nice work, everyone.
These two challenges with this. Because also the disruption you can actually do with the cover to cover. Don't look behind you. There's definitely not an agent sneaking past you behind you. Definitely not. Don't worry about it. Have a nice day. That worked. See, stealth mechanics. Division 2 is a stealth game. It's a tactical shooter, tactical stealth game shooter
Hostile control
game.
point identified.
Stealth thing. Feel dirty just saying. Those guys are...
Detected. Hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
We're way too far out. That should be enough to murder him. And the multi-missile launcher, not as useless
Charge
as
compromised.
a lot of people claim it to be. And mostly because of that, just warhounds. 2 quick shots out on a purple. It has a lot faster than I can deal with him in really any other way anyway.
Damn you and your system!
Look at this. This works out. Hoping those guys to be a little bit closer to here.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Because hopefully we get lucky with it should be close enough. I'm just gonna, seeing as we waited already, might as well wait 2 seconds more. Want them to spawn at that building if mini tank spawns with one of the waves. If we leave it alive, which with the third and row might be actually harder because I am not completely like targeting them, of course. But if we leave it alive, it can kind of spawn like 6-7 waves sometimes. You played the game enough, you've ran into that. That's what causes it. Destroy that thing. Perfect.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Weakening enemies, not murdering them outright.
Agent charge compromised. Activated charge transfer.
Although yeah, the way these waves spawn, it's only going to be affecting this way.
Enemy close!
Charge transfer activated. Serious problem
Ah.
detected.
That's almost around the corner.
deceased.
I was like, yeah, I'm a little bit too close. So, yeah, we got a bunch of kills in. That's fine. Even if we don't get the completion. I saw 3 rushers coming out, and I was like, that's not going to end well for me. And guess what? It didn't. Quelle surprise. Oh, I should try to get for some bounties maybe in this zone. Well, we can. Although there isn't much available here. Let's go over there. Just for variety's sake. How many kills are we up to? I might just drop it to challenging, actually. just for speed. Let's dismiss that one. 70. It's going pretty okay.
Hostile control point nearby.
Well, if I'm dropping it to challenging, I might as well drop it to normal. But at that point, it's also just grinding, which is... I don't mind, but also, like, if I can avoid it, if I'm avoiding just full on being on the grind.
Charge compromised.
Pick up my turrets, just so we
Charge transfer activated.
Fucking drone! Leave me alone!
I've got your back.
Shit! Gotta move!
I love that his reaction is basically my reaction whenever I have a drone.
Detecting
Drone,
additional
leave me
hostile
alone.
Contacts.
I'll destroy it.
Charge transfer
All right.
activated.
That didn't work out. No, on top. Thank you.
Airburst fire!
Let's not lose a hostage.
I know you're here. They're moving on me from the barrier.
Can maybe just go kinetic
Charge
momentum
exposed.
instead of glass, which I am at the
Activated
moment.
charge transfer.
The glass helps a lot with the main weapon as well, but it doesn't actually help the turret and drone. I could run around a little bit more freely and just get the charge and pass it along. I wrote some stuff up in the street.
Shit! Don't see them.
Like this.
They can't have gone far.
One shot too many.
I'll fight beside you.
Oh wait, what? Why are you all the way here?
That showed
Can't
them.
believe we did it.
Why were you closer to the enemy than me? That's not how that's supposed to work. That's another. Publics are pretty good and propagandas are pretty good just because more enemies are there. Territories are usually just 4+4 enemies, or sometimes 4+5. Hey, Funky. Possible Adrenaline Rush affects the shields? No. Adrenaline Rush is just bonus armor. The shield is not armor, for instance, as well. It's actually health. So DTH actually affects damage against it.
Civilians in danger.
In the same way as armor plates. The way to see it, for instance, an enemy
Target in sight!
in comparison to the enemy is just armor plates.
Deploying UAV.
It's just our armor plate that we drag in front of us. But anything bonus armor wise does not, yeah, it's not armor in that way.
All talk, no good.
Going for it.
Let's murder that thing, because that thing has a high likelihood of murdering me. Want to just go to that other car, but that's fine. Across the entire open world, that's fine.
Get him in a pincer.
Weakening him up, letting my turret and my drone get the last
Civilians in
hits.
distress. Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, except that thing. That thing just went dead.
I'll keep watch. I dealt with that one. That's the way.
I'm taking.
Drones are free.
So one of the things they changed, which was weird that they did for this global event. In the past, the turrets and drones, aggro was the player that owned them. So it would add in to them. Whenever they did the changes for Project Resolve and also changed the global events, they removed that, which was actually kind of handy because, especially for drone builds and stuff, like you would get a ton more aggro out of them.
Thank you so much.
Which was a weird choice, although likely not done by intent. Like they changed something and
Guarding location
that,
nearby.
like, that part was either intended or unintended, and it just got changed. I have all the small parts of loot in here. Would actually be interesting to have a talent that affects the shield in some way. Although I think that also ties it way too much down to the shield. I mean, technically protector and stuff, but that's like not affecting the shield, but being affected by the shield. The striker shield, do you use all the firewall mods or something else? So for the striker shield, you definitely want to have the 5% bonus weapon damage and the 1% bonus weapon damage, or bonus damage. Because actually the firewall ones aren't that, are they?
Guarded by hostiles.
Oh yeah. Because you do have them at all times, yes, and yeah, you don't want to use these. Although I think you can use the shield health. Whatever slot remains. Oh, hi. This thing followed me from New York to West Potomac to here.
Immediate medical assistance
Yeah,
needed.
we'll just deal with it. Glass is not the right way to deal with this thing, but yeah, just parallax it. Put it somewhere where it can't hit you, you can hit it. But yeah, just have a look at how long. And preferably you have something like, I would like him to be to the side of the truck more, because here actually if he fires to the left or to the right, this truck
Agent
isn't.
killed.
This trick isn't gonna work out. If it was sideways onto it, I should have gone into the building actually nearby. There's a building nearby there. The other thing I could have done is actually swap to a EMP, but with the cooldown of the drone, that would have taken 20 seconds there. That wasn't gonna happen. Oh, we have a yeah, let's go deal with that. this spawns a lot of people, so let's go deal with the blockade. But yeah, generally for the striker shield, you just want to have, so you have, I could take this active regeneration, like this is the only slot that you could take the mod, but generally shield health is, that's what I take. But then you definitely want to have this, yeah, 1% damage bonus and this 5% damage bonus. Both of those affect the striker shield, so the firewall shield. That increases that amount that you bonus damage that you get. And yeah, 6% extra is not much is gonna beat that. Even that 1% is better than taking more shield health or. The force with motherly, indeed, but also so motherly love you shouldn't really use because the same skill health, that same 10% skill health is available on Empress at the One Piece. But also things like the forge you have to keep in mind. So you have skill health and you have shield, whatever that thing is. Forge. Shield health, I think it is. Right? It's whatever this stat is.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Shield health. The thing with shield health is it is additive to this amount. So instead of it being well, it says 50% extra armor basically, or 50% shield health. What it is on 0 tier it will actually be 50%. On anything above 0 tier, on 1 tier and up, you start getting diminishing returns. So with those diminished returns, it means that actually over 4 shield tiers, if you're over 4 shield tiers, you're better off than with the Forge with skill health, so with Empress. And generally you want to pick Empress because then you can take the repair. If you want to have the motherly loves like repair, you can just take the repair underneath it. But you can take whatever else as well. So you're not locked into that.
System breach
The
initiated.
same for skill efficiency from like Memento and stuff. That's why the Memento, if you have a shield and you're using it with a Memento, it's a lot more powerful. You know, without.
Charge exposed. System breach fail.
But neither is generally worth it, especially the Forge. In the most places that people use Forges, and I've seen people use them, they put them in tank builds which already have way too many skill tiers and a shield, and the shield health is already heavily diminished, and they would be much better off with an Empress piece, but they just don't have the understanding of the game systems to make such a choice. Which is fine, but then also, you know, they're recommending stuff to people, which is much more my issue with it. It's fine if you want to run it, it's less fine if you want to tell other people how to do things. Especially if you don't understand, you know. It's like a car mechanic, but they don't know how to fix cars. Indeed. But generally you can have a look around. If it says a stat, you can try to see if that stat already exists. That's the way you can kind of figure it out anyway. Because it's in the same way as damage in some of the expertise and stuff. All of that stuff is additive to... Oh, well, it's not always, because for instance, yeah, Achilles isn't as a weird one. But generally it's additive to something that already exists, so it's much more beneficial to builds when you're like don't have high shield or skill tiers, basically tiers on the thing. Because yeah, generally Forge, I see people running it when they're, you know, 4 tier and above, and you shouldn't basically. Skill health would, that 10% skill health being a new multiplier generally would beat it at that point. And also neither are really worth it, because unless you're getting it from skill efficiency from Memento, you really don't wanna.
Activated charge transfer.
You're much better off getting an extra tier. and keeping that brand bonus, depending on the brand bonus. Because you get also more benefits from an extra tier than just health with active and passive regeneration and stuff like that. You do lose basically 5 in comparison if you're replacing a piece of Fenris with a yellow core onto it instead of keeping the core with the shield health. You're basically losing 5 because the core is 15 Fenris. If it's against Cheska or something, it's already losing. Against Grupo or Fenris, you could, yeah, you could. But generally, you're better off with that extra tier. That, for instance, on build work gives even more than the Forge, with 66% between each tier. I was curious actually how many waves it would spawn here.
Guarding location nearby.
Because I was specifically not sitting in this thing. Because I'm not sure if this thing is infinite or not. At the very least, it has a bunch of waves. Let's get that done actually now. I'm sick of this area. It's also not that fast just because they don't spawn fast enough. Like they come from way too far away. But this might be just a good way to get a bunch of them. I mean, well, has been a good way. Just got Delta on camera. Okay. I mean, sometimes that happens. It seems as well that the offsite things we had a bunch of deltas as well with being in Summit, which is also one of the offsite servers. Most of those share servers with each other. Server clusters with each other. So.
At 50%.
I think there might be some weirdness with the offsite servers. Because Canley is no longer available, so it's no longer that. So it might just be that they're having some issues. AJ can suck. At least it's not everywhere. Here's the last one. Oh, this turned out to be... I'm gonna guess it's not infinite spawns, and even if it was, it's not specifically that fast. Oh no, it's finite, but yeah, it stopped spawning. Well, we got 30 kills out of this.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Warning.
The system has been breached.
A few elite enemies out of a chopper really does not need a warning. Grab some ammo, we used up a bunch. Does Dragon Shield damage bonus its own amp? Yes, it is a, well, so it is an additive to itself stat, and then acts as a separate multiplier. So in division terms, an amp, but its separate parts are in separate amounts, which usually amps means, to some people, amps mean that as well, so that each separate part is multiplicative to each other, which it is. It's additive from all parts, and then so basically whatever stat it says there, it is that much. And then it's also, so the cool thing about it is also per enemy in front of you in that cone. So if you have 3 enemies in that cone, yeah, it's 3 times that. That's why that shield is immensely strong. Also, for instance, if they toss in one of those grenades or something, or they drop one of those like grenades that act like mines, or if they have like shock traps, for instance, with that's one of the reasons to definitely use it with the lovebirds, where they use shock traps. Each instance of those shock traps, if you can get them into the cone of the shield, will count as an enemy. So, you can get impressive increases. But especially just in like running around, and if you're, for instance, Hunter Fury with that, so you're close range already, and a door opens and 5 people are in front of you, you have a really big bonus for to get a really quick kill, and then that quick kill will get you a quick disorient on everybody, and that like cascades to
Progress halted.
killing everybody.
His leadership that we will pay
That's why that shield is just on every close range build that I have on the build collection. That shield
Progress
is on.
resumed.
And then just as a piece of trivia as well, you can test it for yourself, the amounts of it, but the hanging ones, the ones that we normally use for testing purposes, you can't actually, it will not activate on them. You can test it, of course, out in the wild and take the wild in the wild numbers, but you can actually use it against that enemy that is like moving side to side, the accuracy one. So the shield, like that one is low enough that the shield does hatchet in its cone, basically. So when you need to do any testing with it in the at the range, you can use that. Just as a piece of trivia.
So, Manny
He's talking about the 250. yeah, I'm getting those in basically just. But there's much better ways, like the faster ways than this. I like doing it this way, mostly because I'm crazy. I mean, we're just doing it on heroic. I'm just running around. This is a build I don't use much anyway. This is just a full skill build. I don't get to use this much anyway, and just just so we use it a little bit. Let's go. Garage. And we're going fast enough. It's not like third drone builds are that weak, as some people try to portray them as. Although for general play, I would much rather be on a hybrid. But the hybrids also, their turret and drone are much weaker. So here I'm just weakening enemies and then letting my turret and drone kind of do the last shot kind of thing. I shouldn't be standing in front of this guy for that long. That almost went wrong. Just gonna weaken him.
I knew we could do it.
Enjoying the Eagle's grass with Uber. Oh yeah, actually that would be a good one for that one as well. A little bit more weapon handling. And a few more rounds. Eagle is 60 rounds, so that's not insignificant increase. Actually, I should try it out with the bighorn. Actually, if I'm there is like one weapon that would benefit a lot from a little bit more weapon handling. It's that. No spins. Spin free zone. Oh, that's
Agent killed.
I was just trying to climb over a centimeter to the right or left, and I would have just climbed over, a little bit. Instead, I went all over. Also, I forgot to deploy my drone or my turret. I had only my drone out. Like, yeah, that's not that much damage. That was just silliness. Although that reset the world, which is actually not a bad thing. Actually, let's go back to, were any of these zones good? No. Let's just go get this one then. We don't go there often.
Welcome our very own Charles Douglas to the show.
It's pretty nice. I think for a lot of builds that were running contractors, I'm going to just replace them with Eagles. That includes actually the high-end Headhunter. That's one that I almost forgot about. Because with Regulus as well, you'll get one more shot. Going from 6 to 7. That's not bad.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
And the extra weapon handling doesn't hurt at all. You just give up the DTA. Who cares? Like, that's not in like core to that build anyway. Might be doing something dumb again, but
Someone made a bad choice.
well, my turret there because they spawned there.
Enemy is here. Hostiles on the move. Spotted. Shit, they got one of our men. Stand by.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Enemy approaching. Targeting the hostiles.
Access key detected.
Wait, what? I was emphasizing maximizing effectiveness and shield opening and tank and not relying on skill tiers. I got the fact that you need to do that. That's an impressive reply you have there. I'm just pointing out that, yeah, my experiences with those two pieces, and you really shouldn't. Also, not as if that's only PvE.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
If you believe that, good for you, but that, yeah. That doesn't hold true for PvP either, where you're also already going blue course a lot, so you wouldn't want to do it with those stats anyway. That's why I was pointing out. Those stats are, they exist, yes, but they don't really have value. And then if that's your response, I think I think we're on different wavelengths. First countries are slowly being replaced. Well, Fox is not so much. Fox will still, because it's, if you're going Zvia, you might as well already be Fox. But yeah, the combination of Fox's Prayer plus 2-piece Svea, and then one of those being Eagle's Grasp, is yeah, it's pretty potent. Don't fight me. Let's go over there. As we snuck past those guys, I'm gonna go sit upstairs.
They've deployed a...
On your flank.
Well, maybe not. Maybe I need to deploy and not die
Charge
again.
compromised.
Guard ahead.
I love the defense of people of just like, oh, you just PvE all the, as if that matters. As if that is a defense of trying,
Detecting additional hostile
bringing
contacts.
up irrelevant parts, and then also as if on PvP it is not all blue course. Like, show me one PvP build that isn't basically either all blue or at least 4 blue. Outside of just going full glass and just full sending it. But not that that works out that often. Especially not now with seeker spam and stuff people are doing.
Access key detected.
Because while I don't PvP myself, I do keep up with PvP. I've watched plenty of other PvPers. I'm interested in the realm, but I just don't like any of the current metas since like forever. There's also shields in PvP since their modifier changes. Actually, even on top of everything else. I'm gonna run that one around and go like, wait, you PvP all the day maybe. Doesn't get shield held anywhere, either PvP or PvE. I'm ready. Some skill tiers, yeah. Or just, yeah, other stats, other bonuses. Because also, yeah, I mean, PvP, like, shields are still there, but I don't feel anybody really, like, goes all in on shields anymore, just because also the modifiers to shield being changed by the amounts that they change them by. I feel they over-nerfed them a little bit, actually. Especially in PvP. It's still a buffer, it's still an extra buffer, and especially when you're 6 tiering and stuff. But it's not like you put the build towards that in like any of the general setups I've seen.
Hostile control point nearby.
No, I mean, well, in their defense, I mean, the shield was the meta for like a really long time. But yeah, then they brought in the disorient. They brought in the modern. So from what to what did it go actually even? Because how much is it now? Yeah, oh yeah, PvP damage modified 8 times. So that used to be like a 4 or something, right? Or maybe even 3. I don't remember. It's like forever ago. It's whenever the disorient came in, which is like 3 seasons ago now. A year ago. I think it came in with this. No, it came. Was that before the Descent even? So more than a year then? Oh yeah, there's no way to access this thing from this side. Yeah, let's bang out the rest of these skill kills. What I might try to do afterwards is actually just to matchmake for some hyena missions. And just run a Eclipse. And just do the disorient or the disrupts that way. Although we can also use the global event. But with an Eclipse I can just guarantee that basically every enemy on a run is affected. Oh, I was like, wait, wasn't the entrance closer? But yeah, we were next to it already. But not that much. Yeah. I mean, there was a time when, yeah, basically everybody ran shields, but that time is long. Which is why I'm kind of surprised by their statements. Like, at least if you're gonna defend it in a better way. Oh, that's fine. They took it personally and tried to attack personally. I didn't mean it personally. I don't remember what I said, but I mean, sometimes I'm a little bit blunt. I get that. I just say the thing that is on my mind. But also, I think that's what I said about it as well. Just I see it way too much often being used in the wrong ways, or like forges going into builds.
Charge exposed.
It's one of those things. I feel errored. Once in every 2 weeks, I'll get a comment on like the Tech Tank Masterclass or the Tech Tank build showcase and stuff. Why don't you use a forge? And just like. Because it's 6 tiers already. The Forge's core isn't really helping out with it, and also this is how skill health or like at least an Empress piece would give also more than it, like a lot more. It being a 6 tier, than a Forge, but then also on top of that, yeah, just. The shield is already strong enough. I don't need it to be stronger, and also the cost, just the opportunity cost of such a thing. It does only say they fix the guard roll mods. Yes, yeah. The crafting issue has been. I haven't checked for myself, but a few people said it's fixed. I'll. And seeing as I haven't seen anybody go, no, it isn't, I'm gonna guess it is actually correctly fixed. So, yeah. That was done on, yesterday there was a maintenance on Wednesday. So yeah, special maintenance basically, where they took that out. As that was like, that shouldn't have gone past QA, but also, yeah. Because I've seen some people go like, oh, they're ruining our fun again. It's just like, yeah, I don't agree with that. That's an EMP grenade, but I'm standing next to a Faraday, so I'll be fine.
Civilians in distress. Detecting additional.
Keep doing one shot too many. I'm gonna kill that thing. need to watch out for airburst out of nowhere.
Incoming hostiles detected. Charge compromised.
Okay.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Still one of those.
Activated charge transfer.
Should have broken his backpack first before I changed him. Gonna murder that guy.
Civilians in danger.
Princess.
Ski detected.
Turret! God damn it. Did you really have to aggro those guys over there? God damn it. I can't ever trust you. Bad boy.
Detected. Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles.
I think those guys are so far away they are not actually even running over here.
Hostile control point nearby.
And this one's always kind of funny with like 3 crates in a circle. Just in an area here. And we're just looking for black discs. Let's go reset the world again. Let's go over here and reset the world again. But actually in the order of videos as well as the Eagle's Grasp came up there. Yeah, next build showcase, then for no particular reason about in-game texts, and then actually I'm gonna do one about Eagle's Grasp and kind of both the gear sets, kind of recapping what the brand, the Zvia brand can cost you in DPS, but also what it can then gain you in in sustain and stuff as we covered in the PTS, but then also in most of the builds where you have contractors, so glass reds and actually the Regulus, the high-end Regulus builds, mostly those two. Or maybe we'll find some others to talk about. Just how much do you lose for that contractors going into Eagle's Grasp? I think that also something I want to know, and then I think it would be interesting enough.
We need to retrieve the antivirals before Black.
Shut up, Manny. I'm just getting
down
loot.
into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room. We rigged explosives there that should get you inside the perimeter. Once you
But then for that video, I do want to make that one silly build I'm gonna make is basically 3-piece Overlord and then 3-piece Zvia with foxes and eagles in there, and then just 2 other pieces Zvia, 2 other pieces Overlord. 4 rifles, because you get 60 weapon handling from that. You can basically get braced at the cost of 4 brand bonuses. Well, actually 3, because you can see that in the same way that with the Lengmo, you can kind of see that Lengmo's 30% as at 3 as being 10% on like first piece 10%, second piece 10%. With Zvia and Habsburg and stuff, you can kind of do the same. Like you can just see that Zvia as being, even outside of the magazine size thing, just being 2 times 2 bonuses of plus 10 rifle damage. So basically for the cost of 3 bonuses, although, well, one of them being Cheska, because I can't put Cheska in it. No. I was thinking there, I could with a ninja bike, but nah. That's not gonna work out. Also, we don't need it, it's a high-end build. We can reach 60 pretty easily. Actually, no, we can't. We would hit 54 with maybe maybe. I mean, we'll calculate both versions out and then decide. I'm gonna make the non-ninja bike version first, just because that makes more sense. Let's go be over here to propagandas. And hey there, Letty. Seems like good work for strong enemy headhunter someone.
Hostile control point identified.
Oh yeah, and I should, well, so with the, because actually I hadn't tried it out much with the M1A, because we did a video over the breaking point set. This one. Actually, I did try this out as, Dispatched was talking about M1A. I was like, maybe that's not going to make it. But actually, the M1A can be pretty close. And maybe if we go with some other bonuses could actually, well, actually even maybe with a high end, actually, it would be able to reach one-shotting, especially with a headhunter, a red. It's pretty close. It's like on 2.6 something million, and where you need like 2.8 million for a red to start off with. Although actually I was on a grade 20 M1A. Maybe if I was on a grade 25, that might have already been enough. And it was pretty low on the second shot against purples, so it would need to somehow pull that up.
Agent charge compromised. Hostile broadcast detected.
It is under his leadership that the True Sons were able to shed the label of traitor.
It's technically with the two-piece Via also for Headhunter. I was kind of looking at it actually for the breaking point. You do give up that second shot potential of it a little bit because you're not going perfect. But yeah, in the same way of going two-piece Habsburg, going two-piece Svea with breaking point. Because you get 20 instead of 15. And then you get 15 max eyes on top. And then you just give up perfect Headhunter, and that isn't that big of a loss. So I was thinking maybe with that, actually a classic M1A could actually be usable. The thing is that for me personally, I'm okay with the, I actually really like the Diamondback on it. Like that is actually the one I like. The thing is, the biggest issue, and normally why you wouldn't go with 1886s, is very much, well, one is the range a little bit, but the range is fine. Like that's, if you want to go super long range, you're going, at least I'm going outshot anyway. But the other one is the reload, and the reload, I mean, that's what we're using the gear set for then. Like then you just use breaking point as the reload mechanic. You just weapon swap to and fro. You have a ton of weapon handling, so with swap speed fixed, if swap speed didn't work, yeah, then maybe with swap speed, they fixed swap speed, so you can have a pretty quick swap to and fro. Because I think it's likely even under a second to swap back and forward with it. He's there. I assume the key would be here, man. Look at our loot anyway.
It was hearing Major Castillo's story that changed my mind.
We got PvP in regards to Mad versus It's at least sometimes understandable because yeah, the dynamics, there are some dynamics that change between PvE and PvP, but yeah, that's, in that part, it's not one of them. Much more so, for instance, if we're talking about what the build setups that we do for PvP builds or DayZ builds is, yeah, there are a lot more blue. There is a shift in how important blue cores are. But yeah, that's much more just something you just have to be aware of. That's also sometimes why I ask, like, is this about PvP or PvE? Because yeah, sometimes it isn't per se clear from the question and not clear from, because the answers are different. But yeah, not for Forge and I don't DZ much. I just enter it a little bit, especially late-ish. And sometimes I find I had that actually like a week or something. There was it was before this season, so it was. But I ran into some guy and we had basically like 6 or 7 1 versus 1s just randomly. He was kind of just chasing me and I put him down twice and then he got like 5 in a row on me. And we're just kind of trading like that, and yeah, that kind of stuff is fun, especially when you find this kind of stuff. But also you can be in groups where, you know, they just... Oh, hey, we have a hunter nearby. Stalker hunter. Yeah, that person was just trying to bite off, you know, just the childish thing of, and I mean, I don't mean it as like their but children do that as well. I just, they just want to hurt the thing that they feel just hurt them. I just, it's not very helpful. Oh, the thing is there. Yeah. I haven't done a propaganda at this place in like forever. Let's grind out these last 37, 36, 35 kills.
I hope the division agents or agents who killed him know that his innocent blood is on their hands.
You feel that?
Charge exposed.
My armor's for shit.
Charge transfer activated.
You want to know who is Natalia Sokolova? Who is the mysterious woman in white? The Dark Angel. While I'm
And Bargy as well. It's like repeating sometimes other
Access key
people's thing.
detected.
I remember for the longest of times, like we've had some, you know, weird
my childhood was
weird times. Although, for instance, now we have that again with
Override.
a lot of people's fascination about three-piecing Brazos.
absolutely granted certain advantages in life. But it was a lonely
But yeah, there have been bad
girl trying to figure out who
concepts going around
Resumed.
quite often. We've had ages where yeah, three-piecing Striker was, for instance, an easy staple, even though it was obviously flawed. And it died as well because of that eventually. Although as well because Strikers just also get a buff afterwards and stuff. But in the same way as well that people were enamored with the fall for the longest of times for the DZ until they finally realized that, like, yeah, it basically just faded out as a fad and just, it didn't have any premise to stand on anyway. And it's quite often just people repeating other people's things. I remember one of the ones as well that made me kind of want to do, for instance, yeah, the master class with eclipses. Was there was actually one guy's video? Although actually, let me catch up here with this. But I'll get back to that in a sec. Different map. Yeah, indeed. As well, PGS for me. Thanks. Yeah, one of the reasons I don't PvP, like I used to actually beat around in the DZ a lot, but for two reasons. One, and that's actually the more important one. So I used to be with a group that, you know, we were just chilling mostly, and I wasn't really into the PvPing of it, and generally we would just start manhunts and just deal with whoever came to us, or hunt manhunts. Actually a lot more. Just like when a group went manhunt, we would just kind of chase them, and sometimes we would even feed it on purpose to kind of get it up
Guarding location nearby.
higher and stuff. So we would try to not completely break it, but we were just having fun killing each, getting a few kills in and getting killed a lot, and we had our fun. And then the meta kind of shifted more towards the dances that we have now, where people kind of just circle straight for minutes upon minutes. That wasn't the meta for a long time. It was much more so around 2 to 3 blue cores. Oftentimes still with a chest talent that was damage based and stuff like that. And it was worse than what we have now, but I mean, in output wise, so it was a worse meta, but I enjoyed that meta better, just because I don't like the circle strays now, especially when there's a 3-man plus a healer. You just get those long, prolonged fights and stuff. It's just, nobody dying. Because the thing was as well, if there was deaths happening, everybody was getting DZ proficiency caches or DZ caches and it's just stuffs and things. I feel you get that a lot less nowadays, just because less deaths happen. It's much more about survival, and just it's actually quite rare when a person just gets burned down. It's usually more that when there's a 4-man and they burn down a 1-man or a solo player or something, or somebody that got... I don't like that gameplay that much, but I do want to get back into it just to know as well. So it is a decent part of the game. That and raids both. Well, I have knowledge of both. It's different than actually actively playing it and stuff. Yeah, on the other end. We'll talk about the handling screens. But yeah, actually now, well, the breaking point works perfectly fine with Diamondback and 1886. Like, it's actually pretty decent, and you get a little bit of a different playstyle out of it. That's why I'm gonna keep it. But even one of the ones I've been trying out is actually trying to make something chunky. So in this case, almost a tech tank. 5 shield tiers instead of 6, but it has enough to start on a red, and then for the second shot it can do a red or a purple, and then third shot onward it can do elites. It can't ever do named, but it caps around 16 million as well, so it has enough for LMG, elites and stuff. But I've been really enjoying that, and we really needed Zvia for that. That really made that possible. But yeah, that thing is actually going to be the next build showcase as well. And there's also a Ninja Bike version of it, which actually works quite similarly. And yeah, I'm definitely going to change the contractors in there to Eagle and get 30% more weapon handling out of it on that setup. But that one then, yeah, doesn't have the memento buffs. But also I don't mind that, because I can go to safe houses and stuff. Especially if it's just for activities, because that's basically what it is for. So, and Yamni. Merciless. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe with that 60. Actually, yeah, with that 60, it would kind of be. Wait, this guy is still here? Why am I getting Hunter jams? Yeah. I was gonna say. Totally forgot he was up there actually. But yeah, that makes sense actually. That because he has also a spot over there on the edge of that building, but or like in the facade of that building, but that would be too far away. She didn't know he was up there.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Or that was one of the spots.
We hope to bring the soul back to this nation.
Open fire!
A lot of yeah. I think as much as everybody poo-pooed the the brand set as well, the gear set of course got poo-pooed, but somewhat legitimately, I would say. In the same way that last season a lot of people were like, what is this Palisade and stuff early on, but I feel Palisade has found its way into a lot of builds as well for a lot of players. Rightly so as well. It is an easy it is an easy 10% armor on kill. I feel Eagle's Grasp is the MVP for the brand set this season as well. Or for this season. There is an MVP for the for it. And MVP actually still works because it's not most valuable player, but most valuable piece. Didn't work. So, yeah, that's agreed on that. Breaking Point's biggest issue is that indeed the uptime of the buff is not enough, and I've ended up the only breaking. I've added one breaking point build to the build collection. I do like that one, but yeah, it's a headhunter, and I'm just using it just to reload a Diamondback. That's literally all it's for. Like, it's this setup with. Although yeah, I do want to try a 2-piece VIA with this. We might try to farm for that because it would technically be the same as basically doing 2-piece Habsburg with this. But for me as well, it's the Diamondback, and well, the Diamondback isn't that much of it's not that impressive in its mechanics or something. It's pretty simple. You just sometimes it marks something, and sometimes it's worth shooting that mark thing. Very simple mechanic. It adds a little bit of flavor to it. But using the breaking point set in there is just for the reload. So I just, instead of reloading, I swap to the second weapon and back, and you kind of can do it fast. You don't even have to really, because you can swap it, and basically before even it actually has fully swapped, you can swap back, and yeah, you've technically swapped without the weapon fully coming out. So the swap actually happens. So when you're swapping, you can actually look at the ammo thing. That's actually the place where you can see it. So the second that it's the other gun's ammo showing up, you've technically swapped, and then you can swap back. And that will count as a reload, which is one of the fastest reloads in the game, technically. So.
Okay. So I know it's weird.
But yeah, as a crit chance, crit damage one, yeah, it's not great. I was hoping they would change the how it worked over. Let's go to this propaganda. I keep running past it. I've never done it. I don't even know where they spawn for this one. So let's get this one. I was hoping they would change mechanically that you could, because the thing that really breaks it is you can't get the next stacks while the buff is active. If you could do that, it would need to be rebalanced for its bonuses. Like you can't have that 4% and that. That might be too good. Although, I mean, that would still be okay, being as it's a rifle set, and not everybody's even okay running rifles. The amount of people that commented on the any rifle video with like, this is impossible, like it's completely unusable in any way just because you have to click a lot. Like, no, some people like that. I like that. I'm some people. Sometimes, not all the time. I wouldn't want that to be my gameplay always, because yeah, arthritis is real, and don't get it. RSE is real. Repetitive strain injuries are real. That is a repetitive strain. I like them here and there. Just doesn't seem that good for. No, not at all indeed.
Detected. Near location. Guarded by hostiles.
But oftentimes that is the case.
This job.
Bad talent, so stats generally we can at least consider. There are a bunch of stats that we don't as well, like we discussed actually, like the what's it called? Forge that we had earlier. But generally, stats that can help either damage or weapon handling, or have some special way, they can be valuable. And especially weapon handling, just 15% of it as well, basically double of any other stat that we could have, is okay, especially the brand bonus. Even though it's not actually a damage bonus, it is still, you know, it is still red oriented basically. And especially compared to contractors that we use a lot, where we were generally not using the core or the brand bonus. Well, I mean, if you weren't using it for LMGs, basically.
Access key detected.
Then this is actually a decent trade. If it didn't have that magazine size, it might be a less potent trade or less like worthwhile trade, but that magazine size not being meaningless either, on top of the having the weapon handling is actually pretty good. I think in a lot of builds, I'm actually gonna, yeah, it's gonna be one of the upcoming videos, and actually I'm gonna do the numbers in there and decide upon that. But I already think in the high end Regulus build, that's gonna be changed to from contractors to that. On high end reds, I'm gonna put on the characters that have that option to take that. And even so, I have a few high-end reds that have, for instance, improvised glove for more crit damage. Basically, the Gen 3s and stuff, where we avoiding being contractors and such, for instance. Although those don't have the crit chance to lose that piece, but we could just put Cheska in there. That's not bad. But I wouldn't mind checking out what those are, and just also for glass reds, going from contractors to that. Like, how much does it actually lose you on DTA? How much do you gain in sustained DPS? Because you do gain a little bit in sustained DPS. Both from the reload and then also from the max size increase. So. Oh, we got it done. Yay! Yeah, let's jump this back to the White House. Let's go get cleaned up. We got our 250 SHD skill kills on Black Tusk done. And I am going for that 60. And for those wondering, is there any value to that? No. You can just wait till the next week and then, you know, get all of these at next week. I've been doing 120, so getting 60s on each week every time since the very first league, including that one DARPA one and also, you know, all the other, like,
Looking for something?
sometimes hard ones. Because in the past, there used to be times when, or well, in season 1, 2, 3, I think, actually. Or maybe even 4. We had heroic missions as part of the... Or maybe it was the first two, actually. Even they nerfed it pretty early. But we used to have heroic missions as part of those. And sometimes as well with, like, actual... Like, you had to try. I remember with many people that were around those times, the DARPA one specifically as well. We had to get heroic DARPA in 18 minutes. That must have also been season 1 because we didn't have Eclipse yet, I think. So yeah, we were running it with...
Glad to see you, Agent.
In the end, combat medics and glasses. At least that's the team that I did it with. Others did it with just full glass reds and just full sending it, but I wasn't that brave back then. But yeah, that one was actually fun, and I wish they would kind of maybe. One thing I even if they keep it on hard and stuff, one thing I would wish they would do is actually make the stage 10 of these. Like, take the best times of whenever the last time was that this was existed, and then maybe add a minute or something so that you actually have to try hard, because it doesn't matter if you have, you know, 3 stage 9s here for most people, And then maybe make the stage 9 maybe pretty easily gettable. Because people, if you need 30 anyway, like some of these you'll just get done. You just need 3 more stages. Either you do all 4 of them at 9 or something. But I would love for them to bring a challenge back to that stage 10. that would be actually very enjoyable. Maybe someday. Because on secondary idea. Is this in time? Yep. It is definitely decent with Headhunter. Let's put her back on something sensible. Like a purple build. I'm gonna swap characters, but also I need a quick bio break. So I'm gonna go take a bio break real quick. And hey there, Gustavo. That was basically if I finish a run below the time, I have to wait. I like to run there. Well, the thing is that the time, of course, is integrated with that. Like the mission completion happens for basically everyone has to have that same amount of time at the end, so they just account for it. It feels very frustrating, I can agree, but in a meaningful way, it doesn't impact anything in a meaningful way if it's accounted for, of course. Because the mission completion time is gonna be whatever it's gonna be. But yeah, I get it. I know, well, you say this, well, you get it. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
Safe area detected.
I don't have to complain about guard duty being boring anymore.
Civilians are not permitted to carry firearms inside the safe area. Violators will have their weapon confiscated.
There we go. Yeah. Back we are. Actually, yeah, I should go. Yeah. I'm gonna grab a different character that has eclipse. I'm gonna try starting an hyena mission as a tech tank, and then if people join me, I'm gonna swap to an eclipse and try to get those disrupts in. I'm just gonna, selfishly try to get those in. But also with a tech tank, I can just do the cover to covers, or with a red strikers as well. I'm gonna use this character because they have a little bit. Even though their tech tank is worst with striker, instead of heartbreaker. Although I mean they do different things. I'm gonna make it obliterate though. Any good hyena missions? 511, lovely. If it was on second account, I would actually be honest when I'm saying lovely. I still need to spend quite some time trying to. Oh yeah, well, bank as well. Oh yeah, let's go start with bank. Although maybe as well, if anybody wants to join me, any of these. As I'll be doing a few of the hyena missions. Well, actually, control points might be better. It spawns a lot. But for now, I'm just gonna take these three. Check for a second. Who's online? Yeah, let's just take these three. And... Let's check that. What kind of... Do you mean the build I'm running now? Is this Striker Tech Tank. And yeah, tech tanks are... I call these tech tanks. They're technician tanks, artificer plus shield. A powerful shield, and then once the memento is charged is actually pretty powerful. This one specifically is... Well, actually, you know, I'll link to the recommended folder. Because there's different versions of this, and they're all in the recommended list there. There's also a Heartbreaker variant of this, and that works. That's much easier to get starting out. And also, this one really needs the Oreo.
Another agent has joined your group.
We have a Shan joining. We can. Oh yeah, we can definitely. Oh yeah, we could do that definitely. Actually, give me... Oh, yeah. Wait, give me 1 second then. You actually reminded me that I should totally do that as well. Because we can just... it doesn't matter what character I'm specifically on, but... Oh. I left them alone there with the wait. But yeah, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to just swap character. But then maybe I just rejoin on me in a second. Because yeah, I might as well get... We can go do DUA as the stronghold as well, and just... get a few hyena missions in, and I'll get some jams in.
Safe area detected.
Oh yeah, the build I was talking about earlier actually is this one. So this 1886, although it needs to be a little bit graded. So I have a grade 25 one in my stash, which does do it all the way. But then from even with the memento uncharged, it can actually start on a red, and then yeah, it has 5-tier shield and a 3-tier artificer, and then memento to charge them up even more. But yeah, so if you can rejoin, I can send you an invite in a second. Already fixed them. Yeah, Lucor, if you want to join up, if you have your in-game name for me, we'll just take 3 directives here, just to not have ammo hoarders or cool skills to deal with. I'm not gonna run this, of course, although it's you know what? I'm actually gonna go Eclipse already then. I'll need to wait at the shield there for 5 seconds. But yeah, if you have your in-game name for me, and yeah, I'm gonna assume that you do know you do need to be on PC. There's no crossplay in here, but just to check as well. I'll swap that. It's too low on Bighorn now. Yeah, one of the downsides of Bighorn is you do need to make up for that crit chance on it. It does lose a lot, but its talent is actually impressively strong. Meaning that if you're actually hitting heads with it, yeah. It's impressively high on burst and sustain tables. Checking if we had any more enemies there. Yeah, let's make this not this. Let's make it a normal one. Alright, let me copy that. Right, I need to go to Discord here, or to the browser here, because over there, when I try to copy your name, it would pop up with the pin and stuff was over it. But yeah.
Another agent has joined your group.
But yeah, we're gonna do bank. Although actually, I should have said that, because yeah, you wanted to do DA, but we're gonna do bank first if it's okay with you, and then DA. Seeing as it's set up already. But yeah, we'll do DA because for the weekly, indeed, we'll get some stuff in, and That'll also be our hyenas. This is also going to be 2 hyenas, so that will. That'll be handy. Yeah. Oh, cool skills is on out here. Yeah, let's.
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault
I'm
to
just
recover
gonna stand
the
here,
item the
just
hyena stole from Air Force
not doing
One.
cool skills
Our
or stuff,
hyena
right?
insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office will have a key
Did it?
card that should give you
Okay.
access to the vault.
Just take away. Although I think, yeah, you said earlier you're from the southern hemisphere, right? So gonna guess pretty far away-ish. Hopefully it won't lag too much for you. Oh, I don't have the global event now
Another agent is now in your
because I
group.
swapped characters. Or do we have the? Oh no, we have it on. Never mind. Yeah. I'm just gonna disrupt with this.
Charge compromised. Charge transfer activated.
Although for later missions, I might swap it to. For parts of actually no, let me take jammer. This will be fine up until the boss room anyway. It's only really the boss room that I want some things. Wait, did I matchmake or did somebody join actually? I don't even remember. I think I haven't started matchmaker. Actually, are they from the actual kit? Oh no, okay, no. Or the kit that I know at least. It's a med kit plan I used to be in a while back, but didn't really work out in the end. And there's one crate down here to get. Go get. Well, this one gets skipped a lot. The glowing gun is the same as the pulse, yeah. Oh well, jammer pulse basically. It pulses and it jams, so you can just do the cover to cover for those. That's why they put that disruption thing there, likely on this global one. Our friend is going in. I want to keep up with him. But then, of course, an eclipse will guarantee that every wave is,
Activated charge transfer.
if you're running jammer. But also one thing that eclipse will do, like with my fire, is spreading to enemies behind there that my allies can't even shoot. So I'll be having full charge quite often. Danger close, this guy.
Checking for the key card. Looks like that key card is the one we were looking for.
Making sure I wasn't missing anything there. Let's grab the key. And
Wonder what that unlocks.
some toilet
Keep an eye
loot. It's always toilet loot, best loot. Sorry, actually, I didn't pay attention in Div 1. But is there actually a lot of toilet loot in Div 1? I don't think so. Especially these early hyena missions, especially there's a lot of loot that is in toilets. It's like this mission alone has 2 instances of it.
Charge compromised.
Because later on there's another toilet that has toilet loot. May have chosen a little bit too far, but oh, okay. When you're trying to quickly cover to cover, it's not always aimed where you're going. It's much more like you have a general intention of going that way. But as long as you get the thing out.
The vault's just up ahead.
Oh.
Activated charge transfer.
This room.
Successful. Access granted.
Yeah, something happened to you.
Hostile radio intercepted.
The alarm! Fucking
Look where-
division got into the vault!
It's cool. We moved the president. He's tucked away nice and cozy upstairs.
Holy shit. They pulled the president out of the wreckage. Agent, you've got a new assignment. Find out where the president is
our
being held and
refugee.
get him back. Sync Isaac with the bank security system. There should be a data center near the vault.
I see this guy going for the button. Let's stay down here. Let him get it. Okay, we're just gonna hold them here.
Beginning search query. Agent charge compromised.
Trying to
Charge
find a spot to
transfer
cover the
initiated.
That will help a lot. Always a heavy with this first wave. Heroic foreman. But it should be chest broken. Okay. I was wondering. I mean, no,
An agent has gone
no
offline.
reason to apologize for that. That's sometimes, yeah. Because I did catch it right earlier, or was that somebody else that that you're from pretty far away, at least to me? Because yeah, sometimes connection issues cause crashes as well. As for instance, Sean as well is pretty far away-ish, and then sometimes has caused issues. But yeah, if you can just load back up, we'll try to not complete it here. And hopefully, sometimes it's just, it's there for a little bit and then like you'll have it be fine for hours. Hopefully it's like that. And I think our friend is Seeker Spam. Yeah. Because I was just keeping an eye there on his reload. Might get on 0. No.
Search query finished.
Didn't kill the
Subject
first wave
located.
quick enough.
It's President
Sometimes you
Ellis.
get,
I'll have a helicopter on
oh,
standby to
actually-
extract him.
About lockdown procedure initiated.
We'll share
That
about that.
doesn't
later.
sound good. Isaac, do you have a way out of the vault?
Searching for a way out of the vault.
Roll
0
fear
matches.
too.
Piece of shit.
Avoid
wristwatch.
animations.
Okay, let me see. If you can punch through the west wall, there's a maintenance tunnel running alongside your position. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we got. Isaac, plot a path to the president's location.
Highlighting most expedient route.
Son of a bitch, it actually worked. Thanks, Isaac.
Yeah, sometimes the realities of just, you know, the speed of light is only as fast. And here we'll have some toilet loot again. So I'm very selfishly just gonna jam here first. You know, it was much more useful if I set them on fire first, but okay.
Charge exposed.
Give him an earpiece and get him on comms.
Here we have President Ellis. Good thing he also did not betray us. I would feel so betrayed by everybody we have ever met, because Kelso totally also didn't betray us.
Heads
At this point, who hasn't betrayed us? Basically Manny, right? Manny, Ransom, and Bronson. And for those that are going like, who are those two? That's the two guys. Bronson is the dog in Haven, and Ransom is the dog in Castle. Yeah, for this part, I'm gonna actually grab a hive because a hive is just too useful here. I have to skip my.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Yeah, I was about to say because I was gonna say if you're almost loaded, then we'll hold here.
Every last one of those fuckers. I want them dead.
But then yeah, we'll keep going. We'll try to. We'll start on a DOA. Hopefully by then you're restarted. And I'm gonna toss down my hive there. I'm gonna send 2 chems there and there. Yeah. Be the last one through, and I'm gonna. Once I touch down, it's gonna be going. That is a very handy tactic that you can use in a bunch of places as well. And there's several places where you can already prep into a boss room.
No longer in your group. An agent has reconnected.
Or into a room you're gonna be into later on. Just gonna take the 50-50 there. When there's gonna be one more wave, it's gonna be right there. Okay, that
An agent has left your group.
So maybe indeed, as I think and Sean will benefit from that as well, we'll go to the stronghold, which is actually maybe let's do a mission in between, giving Lucor a second to reboot. Yeah, let's maybe go do Grand Washington. We'll need 1 mission anyway, extra, basically, for doing the weekly. Let's go to Grand Washington, because we've done Jefferson with the time trials. I'm gonna look for a second to load back up, and then we'll, just in case we do DUA too fast.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, let me know when you're loaded, or well, I'd be rebooting, so. Then for here, yeah, let's take 2 directives again, nothing too special. Actually, by the looks of things, you're loaded in. Or at the very least, actually, I still have you in. And if anybody else also wants to join us, we still have a spot. I won't start matchmaker yet, but then. Or actually, you're not completely loaded in, maybe. Just to go to... yeah. I mean, we'll be the first rogue hunter, right? That's the first rogue. They forgot the hunter at the end of it. I was fear for dealing with the intro of seasonal characters starting. Not particularly. It depends what they do. There is no. Because at worst, so even if they put the seasonal or like the gear of a season behind that, let's maybe get started. Actually, wait. Let me try one more time. Maybe you're loaded in now. Oh no. Let's maybe get started with just the two of us, and then we'll
You're right next to the Grand Washington Hotel.
Okay, here we go.
give Luke or some. As I'm afraid if we matchmake here,
Head to the
we'll
service entrance on the east side of the building.
might fill up.
Once you're inside, find a way to the atrium.
Oh, we'll try again in a minute or two. But depends on what those modifiers and stuff are, because I was also kind of talking about, you know, them actually forcing us to adapt to build diversity, basically. I wouldn't mind that, honestly.
Hostile radio intercepted.
If for a season it's, yeah, as we like kind of speculated, but that's just all speculation. Because
Agent
it's still,
charge
yeah,
compromised.
that FAQ needs an FAQ of itself, you know, if it is like a season of, you know, we've changed,
Agent
weapons
down.
are 50% less powerful. Yeah, I'm just spitballing something. You know, skill builds are the meta now.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Yeah, I'd be interested in just the build diversity of the seasonal characters and stuff. There's a good stuff as well of like, you know, we've altered strikers, we've altered negotiators, we've done some, you know, everything that was used a lot, we've decreased by like 20%. And everything that wasn't used a lot, we've increased by 20%. Go figure that. I mean, that's my jam anyway, right? That's my thing. I'll enjoy myself figuring out what the new
He went all the way to the top floor. Take the stairs to
yeah
the
what
right
the
of the
new
elevators
general
and work
meta
your
is
way
going to
up.
be, and the new like metas for certain things. I don't mind that at all. But we basically still don't know anything. Anyway, we have some toilet loot here as well. Sorry. Get back that. As yeah, when we're talking about toilet loot, yeah, this is a recurring thing in Division 2. At least with the hyena missions especially. So I wonder if they did it on purpose, because also there's a little bit further, there's a key chest, and guess where it is? It's next to the toilet. And it has a Acosta in it. Yeah, I'm just gonna deconstruct that. This doesn't, like, if somebody pissed here, I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want to touch that Acosta. We'll just deconstruct it. And yeah, at worst, if the seasonal, like the seasonal gear which you're talking about, it's kind of unclear if that means that. Like if the new brand set and the new gear set is slugged in it. At worst, because what they're talking about, they're merging it back into.
Charge exposed.
At the end of a season, it all gets merged back. So then we're just basically on main characters. We have to wait till the end of the season to have them.
Another agent has joined your
Oh,
group.
okay. Yep, only. Okay. Click through there as well, indeed, and I see liquors available. Let's try again. And hopefully it doesn't
I just found an
keep
ammo
doing that.
stockpile. I'm gonna detonate it.
Or like keep breaking. That's the that and that. Because it's also taking a little bit to load them in. Which, yeah, might be indeed. Like I say, I'm on Europe. I know Omni is. I know Sean isn't. 1-2 isn't. Lucor definitely isn't either. Which might cause a little bit of issues. Remember that part where I had the goal of getting some gems in? I don't need my hive. Let me get started on this one. This one's not that long of a fight anyway.
Charge exposed.
Charge
Transfer initiated.
That's what you get, you dumb sons of bitches.
You doing all right there, Kelso?
As long as I'm not breathing asbestos. That blast did a lot of damage.
Hopefully it's not desynced again or anything. What's the daily actually? Oh, it's a pathway. At least this loading screen isn't that. I mean, everybody's gonna get a loading screen here anyway, so.
Going up.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Thanks for poking in, David. Oh, you're on an actual 56K modem, or just it's almost like a 56K. Did they make those still? Did they repair those still? Oh,
An agent has
I
disconnected.
feel we may have gotten our answer there.
Agent charge compromised.
Ah, yeah. Oh, well, at least Delta is in the crash, so see if you can get back in. But yeah, I may be afraid that, yeah, just by how far away we are from each other, that it might not be the best experience.
An agent is back online.
Gonna go get the crate downstairs here early because I am a loot goblin and that is what I do.
I'm on the roof, holding for backup.
I have eyes on you, Kelso.
You see Saint?
Girls, you
I
guys
don't know what he
loaded him,
looks
but also I
like, there are
don't see
plenty of hostiles up there.
Not
Is
for
a-
long.
thing that happened last time.
Come out, you. Out of my way.
Key as well.
Charge exposed.
I was thinking there of like, did I get the key? Did I forget? Was I talking and forgetting? As I have. That key earlier on, we grabbed that that opens this for some extra loot. What are the shields?
An agent has gone offline.
Gonna fix it? No. No, that has. Yeah, I think might be a little bit too much of a. Yeah. I think it might be too much latency and such, and the game is just not having it kind of. So we've definitely had the shield bug happen. It's not gonna be
Glad you made it.
likely
Ready when you are.
not gonna be fixed until they like really do some overhaul on things. But also, it's not like it's not that hard to deal with.
An agent has reconnected.
Because generally, you can either in groups you can either yeah, if you die and get revived. So out of combat, that's usually when we do it. Just out of combat, we just grenade ourselves and then get ourselves picked up. That will fix it for you. Going to safe houses generally fixes it for you. But it's definitely one of those bugs that is, because even on our end, it's like I could not tell you what causes it. with any like guarantee or anything.
Charge compromised.
I can't tell you a situation where I go like, if you do this, you will get the armor back. And when you have situations like that, yeah, it's kind of hard for them to diagnose it as well. Unlikely, it's pretty, you know, it's someone else's code, somebody else made that directive, then it works there now. It being a video game code as well, it's not going to be documented in the way that, you know, an actual program that is doing something mission critical is gonna be doing.
Hostiles flooding into the building from the street.
Get down there and take care of them. I got Eleanor. Eleanor? Your mom sent us to bring you home. Are you hurt?
Who are you? What's going on?
She's in shock. I'll bring her down when she's with you. Let's meet at the theater later.
An agent has disconnected.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry it didn't work out there. Sometimes indeed, although we don't really have that, depending on you're on. Because yeah, I'm gonna guess then Australia or the islands above it. Sometimes what we could do with especially US players is we would try to find somebody in between, so we could have so for instance, trying to find a US East player for when we have a US West player, we would just everybody be on US East, so you know the latency is kind of shared between us. But I'm not sure if the Asia servers are actually even like split up in any real way.
An agent is back online.
Australia. Yeah, that might be the thing. The latency might be too high and the game is just going, nope, I'm out. Well, this completion might actually count for you.
I'll patch her in. Odessa? Kelso has some news for you.
We got
Although
Eleanor.
maybe not.
Is she okay?
That might
She's
be good.
okay. I'm bringing her home.
Oh, God. Oh, thank God.
See you soon.
Okay, 12 minutes. Not bad for heroic. Go do DUA then as well, and then see if it maybe keeps you in for a little bit.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Okay, this will count as our stronghold for the weekly. Also, in this case, I killed a few people, of course, but yeah, this will have 3 names. The bank had 2 names, so I'll have those then. It's likely I have time for this, and then I have to go and do some work stuff. I see Omni's edging ever closer to 6K. As well. That's 1-2 already. Went over the 7K pretty recently. I'm about to go to 23K as well. Let's head down in.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
Charge exposed. Vital signs critical.
So one of these.
Charge transfer activated.
Kind of failing on getting a good fire going. Oh, there. 511. So get this one done, and then it'll take a few hours of break. Although, yeah, I'll be working. And some stuff. And then we'll get back in the evening. I want to add that one build, optimize the last of it, get it into the build collection, the Headhunter. I want to also alter the one on second account. Let's get the crate here. I'm leaving the schmuck. Oh, there, watch your headshot. Yeah. We're loot goblin and I'm not there to help you. Oh, I missed the melee.
Exposed to melee.
That's that. I'm gonna get this crate. And that might also lead me to have a look at character 1 then for the build collection. Because we've done character 5 and 2, which is kind of out of order. But yeah, it works. And then try to, because I can combine getting some two-piece, trying to get two-piece via for Headhunter on chest and backpack, but also trying to then get the Zvia pieces with crit chance, crit damage for mask and holster. Or backpack, could even be backpack.
Agent has gone offline.
I'm sorry, they're wondering if that was lagging or not.
Charge exposed.
There's our answer.
Stay away from me.
I'm gonna hold that for a sledge. I'm gonna do one of these.
Charge transfer activated.
Like I went, get down, Mr. President. Pick the crossbow for the heavy. Although, well, now I'm mostly running it against these hyenas.
Local power offline.
But my general picks are always the fire cam and stinger hive. And once I get 7 more hyenas here, I'll go back to that. It should be like this wave and the next wave.
Charge exposed.
But yeah, fire cam is always my pick. I usually don't go with fire starter. Barely. I need one more gem. But actually, for this mission, I will totally go back to Stinger Hive, especially for later parts. I would say, yeah, that's. I mean, that's. You're still doing some work. I'm still seeing waves disappear. So, you're still working. Although, yeah, actually, as well, like this is the worst case scenario for regular sync. With an asshole somewhere over there setting everything on fire, making them do all of the wiggles. But you know, it still works. Let's go back to Stinger Hive. I know, there's my 60. My 60 is done. I'm happy about that. At least we got that done. Is it Thursday or is it... It's Thursday, right? Yeah. Was almost a day ahead already. It's gonna stack with that on them. I should totally do one of these.
Charge transfer initiated.
For that very last person. Grab nades. And one of the things as well with the armor break bug. So I'm not bugged here. I'm pretty sure I'm not bugged here. I'm not bugged. But I'm just not healing it. Like, I don't care enough. I'm trying to get some... some specialization kills in there.
They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
Let's get this one. Because generally what I do is just let it go to 4. Especially when I'm Eclipsing, I play it pretty aggressively. I could be actually being cover more. I'm also survivalist. I would get a little bit of skill haste from that. But I like running around. That actually does help with keeping up awareness on what is kind of happening, where stuff is going. And then my health gate is my real protection, so I just let the armor breaks happen. Overall, I wouldn't pick the SIG. It's at this point actually likely one of the worst weapons. It's sad to say.
Agent charge compromised. An agent is no longer in your group.
Overall, what it would have is that it would still work out with it a little bit with back in the day, especially with fast hands. It was one of the slower reloading weapons, and especially its sustain was pretty low, but its burst was still okay. It didn't get a buff at all with the Project Resolved stuff. And because of that, it kind of just fell in relation to everything else. Because now it's a weapon that was already below the M4 and Carbine 7, and those got pushed out anyway, like completely. So I had a bunch of loot upstairs. But generally, if you're liking the SIG, you might be better off with, yeah, the other top-end weapons, especially the FAMAS NF 2000 are top-end. The G36 and the ACR are pretty good as well, especially because they have underbarrels, or long underbarrels for flatline. And then the AK can be made to work. It's actually pretty high up in damage, but yeah, it has its AK issues. We'll matchmake for our fort here just to fill up. I would wish they would make at least an attempt to yeah, do a second pass, basically, on the
Charge transfer initiated.
Some of the weapons, because yeah, definitely the SIG, the M4, the Carbine 7, the
On the move.
it's such an annoying spot.
Diesel, what's going on down there? Diesel, are you dead too? You
And the
inbred son of a
TKB.
bitch?
It's
Everybody
like
get
the
to the
TKB as
arena
well.
now.
By law. They got left behind, kind of. It's not that they're bad. They're doing what they always were doing. But in comparison to everything else, because with everything, you just get to run a weapon at a time. So if you guys go in, I'll come in
Airborne
later.
toxins at unsafe levels.
There's
Filters
a trick here. I'm
failing.
gonna let my allies get to disorient and
Air
push in.
filter
And
function restored.
I'm
Air
just gonna
quality acceptable.
be sure that I'm in position to deal with that wave. And then also I'll pay it back by being near this button and pushing it the second it comes up.
Charge compromised.
Did that one not come out?
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels.
Oh, with 3-man scaling, it
Filters
takes
failing.
longer there. Anyway,
Listen up. We got
Needs to
devils in
happen.
our house and it means to kill us all. Stand and fight. You hear me? Stand and fight.
now they can't follow us. It's too dark. These.
Charge transfer activated. Charge compromised.
Just didn't right land right. And that's the reason I put my hive there. It deals with the second wave a little bit and then grabs that last one in.
Charge transfer
Follow that
activated.
up with a sledge. Oh, there you go. Damn, got caught up upstairs. Might actually get that last wave. It's because we're... Damn, took forever to die. Yeah. Take too long here with killing the boss, you get this extra wave. It's also like not that bad.
Charge transfer activated.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be able to rest a little easier now.
Yeah. It was our time there in the end. 1333. They just barely won it on the damage, but not on the kills. Yeah, that means that you were headhunting pretty well, actually. With even though you were kind of denigrating yourself, because Eclipse is actually hard to beat there. Not with this global event up, like that helps a little bit more with the damage, yes. Or with like red bills. I'm gonna go get
Here to
cleaned
check
up.
something out?
I'm just gonna check as well if I have anything worth sharing. I do have yeah, I have this one already, but just in case one of you guys wants to try out an Overlord chest
Nice doing
headhunter.
business with you.
And we didn't complete the weekly, but we got the missions done at least, and at a later point get the last few names. I need literally one true son. I might actually just do... well, I'll do that after the stream. What I might do is actually just quickly check if I have like a challenging or normal, or if one of the dailies is true sons and is normal or something. I just murder them real quick. Let me just check if I got anything from my caches.
Thanks for the business.
No, but then yeah, thanks Omni and Sean for tagging along. You guys had some fun. I'll drop the group here. Yeah. Well, I'll go finish off this maybe after my meet. Oh, actually, I need to go. I need to. I have like 5 minutes to get ready, and then I have to be here. But yeah, I'm getting closer and closer to the 23K. Omni is getting pretty close to the 6. And anyway,
An agent
yeah,
has
I'm
left
already
your
hit the
group.
7.
You
All,
have left
all
the
the
group.
all the milestones. But yeah, thank you guys. Let me catch up on some of these last ones. And then conversation was okay with measure. I generally don't recommend or use measured. But the Carbine 7 still does what it always did. It's just if you're using a Carbine 7, dependent on the fire rate. So if you're using it on strikers and stuff, there is still a case to be made for it with fire rate. But even a G36 especially can really outperform it, like by quite a bit. It is, of course, less accurate. It's much more of a scatter shot. But even a Mark 16 can outdo it in DPS. And a Mark 16 has much better ammo economy and has actually even better accuracy than a Carbine 7. It's basically an opportunity cost thing. Like everything else went up, it didn't. Everything else, because we weren't struggling in the past with, Carbine 7s or anything. But it's one of those things you can do better with a jump up. Natural damage from maybe. Let me get you up. This is the Zig does one per turn. I was fooled by it low. And just still is the. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it hits pretty hard, but you have to also consider its RPM. Is the thing. Like that's why we don't really talk about just damage per hit. Either we talk about damage per hit on the weapon or by the RPM, or we just talk about DPS, because the balancing of the game is very much around. This weapon hits harder at 800 RPM, but then a FAMAS. Hits for less, but hits more times with higher RPM. And in the end, that FAMAS outdoes a G36, like a FAMAS outdoes a G36 by a decent-ish amount, by quite a amount. But yeah, the top-end picks, especially the F2000 and the FAMAS are really good. And yeah, Shield Splinter as perfect opportunistic. Yeah. Perfectly viable pick. Kind of like the big one, but it's not jiving with strike. At least, well, it's kind of jiving with strike because you do have the RPM buff and you do have the weapon handling buff. It ends up, yeah. It does helping it out that way, but yeah, it still works kind of thing. Although as well, with strikers, like going from 900 to 800 RPM, if you're just stacking for obliterate chest, not a striker chest, it's like it doesn't really make a meaningful difference. There's also, yeah, the Almo is 850. That one's also, I mean, well, all of these will be higher on strikers because they get 15 rate of fire, but there's not a meaningful difference. But yeah, then dropping to like 600 of a, or actually it's not 600, is it 650? I always forget. No, it's 625. Okay, that's why it's. The 625 of a Mark 16 is a big drop. Like that at that point, you're dropping a lot. But yeah, I really wish they would actually give the Carbine 7, the TKB, also actually the Honey Badger as well, actually. The M4s. I really like the M4s overall. As well, so I have 3 of them still in here. Holding out hope. Oh, no, actually, no, that's a Pyromaniac. I have 2 God-rolled M4s in here. Only 2. Yeah. I would love for them to kind of... It would be nice if all of the weapons were like in a 5% band. And it was much more about preference Like make the accurate ones at the bottom of it and then the less accurate ones at the top, which already kind of is the case, but but kind of just squish it all. So it's not that big of a... Because now, especially with some stuff like the G36 and stuff, which is handleable, it isn't as accurate as the M4s and the Carbine 7s, but a G36 is very handleable. ACRE is very handleable, stability-wise, basically, in game terms. And they do so much more. And then, yeah, it becomes a opportunity cost thing of just like, you know, there is an upgrade path. Yeah, let's leave this character on this build. The Headhunter Tech Tank. I need to get a Diamondback still for this build. Later this evening, I'm gonna go try and get yeah, both 2 Zvia pieces for making a Headhunter, doing the breaking point with 2-piece Zvia. And then also, in the meantime, trying to get some of the Zvia pieces to try to make a crit chance, crit damage based, and then with 3-piece Zvia, 3-piece Overlord. And that'll be an interesting just play build, just having 60 weapon handling, always active. You know, still keeping the chest talent as well. We'll likely go with either spotter or glass with it. But then just normal glass. Let me catch up on some of these last ones. Crit stuff is bad. I mean, even though you're aiming for the head with Bighorn, you can just go crit chance, crit damage. It works out fine. You can go headshot striker. It is, I mean, the Regulus one is especially, you know, famous for some of the things it can do. With Dodge City and stuff, but you can go headshot striker. Overall, the little playtime I put on it, it's super annoying. It has the same issues as any headhunter, or well, any headshot build, which is that not everything has a head, and not at all times are heads exposed. And just the crit chance, crit damage version already does well, more than well enough. Like you don't even need to make that jump up. And Apamic, but then also by Apamic. As yeah, I'm about to indeed sign off. And yeah, I need to actually go because yeah, I have like 2 minutes before I need to be in a call. I'm gonna go and find somebody to raid real quick. And also I saw the last one. Is the Vindicator any good? It's okay. It has a mechanic that you have to play for. It has the same issue as kind of like, yeah, headshot builds. It sometimes marks stuff that you can't hit. Like someone will be behind cover and then it'll mark their feet and you can't hit their feet. But it's actually kind of enjoyable. Run it with focus. It works really well with focus because it's always scoped anyway. So you have the 8x scope. And it is decent for that. But definitely doesn't replace any high ends or stuff. It's definitely not like meta. It's definitely not top of the food chain or anything, but it can be kind of fun just to run around with it as a glass with a glass or well, focus actually, yeah, glass or focus actually, rifle build. I haven't tried it with breaking point, but also its max size is too small for breaking point. Actually, I find that you generally need like at least consistently 25 stacks or more, and for that you need generally 40 or 50 round max. So this doesn't have that, doesn't really fit for it for me. Because the only thing breaking point that's going for it is like that buff, especially if you're crit chance, crit damaging it. And then you need it to be high. Like if you're putting all of it in there to just have that buff, then yeah, it needs to be high enough to be worth it. And a weapon like this, you're generally like, I would generally like hit half my shots and then you would get like 14 stacks out of this, and that's not worth it. But the Vindicator is okay. Basically. And that quite often can be annoying where it just marks stuff that you're not. There's your opinion. Seasonal characters. Oof, that's a long one, but I'll just be short on it. I'm mildly okay with it. I need to know more. They really haven't explained well what is going to happen. So, for now, I'm just waiting out till it's till we have either more information or they go like in the same way as with combat lock or something, where we're just dropping it or something. That could definitely still happen. My only big concern is gear being locked behind gears and talents being locked behind the seasonal characters, which seems to be the case, but it's really unclear. They did the FAQ. I need an FAQ for the FAQ. But overall, I'm not against it. I'm already somebody who made a second and a third account just to start over. I'm definitely not against just starting over, especially if there's, some treats and stuff. And also we need to know what modifiers are. Like, what do they mean? What modifiers? And because it might be actually interesting if they shake up everything. A lot of people don't like it at all. Yes, a lot of people are very vocally against it. I don't think that's I don't think that's good for them. I don't think it's good for the game. I don't think it's good for anything. Yeah. I would quit those people rather than the game. Basically, all of those people that are going, I'm quitting the game. My answer was, I'm quitting Reddit for a month at the very least. And a bunch of Discords where the leadership was very vocal like that. Like, I'm okay with the people and stuff being and stuff, but when the leadership is being trying to rile up their people, just F off. Basically is my thing. And then I did F off. I left those Discords and Reddit. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I think they kind of announced it, but they need to give us an idea, a concrete, like it doesn't need to be like the exact thing that's going to happen, but something like, we're thinking as modifiers this and this. And also, if gear is going to be locked around it. We now know exactly how the character system will work, so we do know a little bit more. So like, it's gonna kill the game more. I think most of the people that are that vocal against it, they were done with the game like 2 seasons ago, because there's a large part of this player base. I hate to say it, but they should have quit 2,000 hours of game time ago, and they didn't. They stuck around, and now they're kind of resentful almost. That's the feeling I get from a lot of players. They're not willing to try anything new. They're like, Countdown sucks, Summit sucks, Descent sucks, everything sucks. And then you ask them, okay, but what's good? They say, I haven't played the game in 2 weeks. And my answer to that is okay. Because I feel very much so that this is truly a vocal minority. The large part of the player base, first of all, the largest part of the player base doesn't even know, because they're not invested in that way. That's with all games. Not everybody follows every piece of news. And then, follow that up with the response that they're giving to every little change. Yeah. I don't think it will kill the game. I don't think it's going to either be a positive or negative, per se. And it really depends on what the outcome is, because it might really be enjoyable, but also it might be so bad that I quit the game. Like, that could happen, but I can't tell you that now. I have no idea. I don't think the devs have any idea what's going to happen, and neither do I. Yeah, indeed, we just need a rough idea. They need to be better about communicating. That's actually the takeaway of this. Like, seasonal characters, I'm not per se against them. As long as there is something interesting there, but then you need to tell me what the interesting thing there is. Care about the support player saying, I mean, first of all, just saying Ubisoft, because Ubisoft is a publisher of this game. Massive is the developer. Ubisoft doesn't really have much say, instead of just going like, okay, we'll fund you or we won't fund you. That's usually what, publisher kind of does. Of course, you need to, convince them with ideas and stuff. But for instance, with the combat lock, not too long ago. That got overturned due to player feedback. We have we have specific places where they definitely listen to the community. To say that they don't, I take that as a bad faith argument, basically, at that point. From the people that like really go like, they never listen, and then rah, 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 let's all quit, boycott everything. More sluts stash. I wouldn't be happy with more sluts and stash. That's the thing. So it's really easy to think that every idea that some people have that will work for everybody, because there are plenty of people that are excited about seasonal characters as well. But for instance, as well, for me, I don't want per se more items or like more stash space per se. I wouldn't be against it, but also I know what the effects is of trying to clean out a stash that is 300. Now imagine trying to clean out a stash that is 500. The amount of time that requires. It's like having a really big house. It sounds really fun until you have to clean it. Like if you have people to clean it for you, sure, but yeah. There is actually also gameplay downsides, because if you're just tossing stuff into the stash, and yeah, eventually you have to kind of clear it out. If that already takes quite a bit for most people, especially because they keep too much junk. Imagine that now twice the length as a case against it. Not per se, because while you're saying there more gear is more, you don't need to keep the gear. For instance, of all the gear sets, System Corruption is the only gear set that I have in here. There's one piece of Eclipse in here for when I want to foam Eclipse up, but from gear sets, that's all there is. For most of the brands and stuff, I don't have much. And then even in my case, I'm keeping one of every weapon, and that's for the burst and sustain tables that I maintain. You don't need this at all either. Like I could literally, if I didn't want this, I would have 3 different rifles here. And even with a 4-player or 4 characters on this account, I could do by 150 stash. The way you can, because the gear in your stash isn't doing anything. You want the gear on your characters and actually using them. That's the point where they, become actually a thing. So I could be for more inventory space and then also more loadout slots, but stash space, no. Because we can go out and that's the farming system that we have now with countdown and stuff. Like, yeah, it's pretty easy to go out and get whatever gear that you want outside of unicorns and super unicorns, basically. Like, yeah, I'm keeping the items that I'm keeping are either valuable in some way or they're like unicorns. So yeah, an extra Grupo chest that's free talentable, something like explosive delivery with skill damage, Habsburg chest that was headshot crit chance, but good enough on this one. A few names and that's it. Like you don't need to keep everything. And you shouldn't actually, because now you're just clogging up your stash. Exactly. It's exactly like a bigger house. It's just because whatever that number is, people will fill it up. There's plenty of people that will fill up a 500, 600, 800,000 stash.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
And I guess that's just from me standing in the share space. I had to go. Actually, yeah, I need to really go. Like the players have. Yeah, I mean, a lot of players have problems with their stash space, but more stash room isn't per se the answer. The answer to I filled up, I have a room where I throw all my junk and now it's full. The answer isn't to just get another room. To me, at least. I feel it's much more important to kind of make the builds out of it and then be aggressive in what you keep and what you toss. Look at each is, and yeah, that's indeed what Pomik says there. That's a lot of people's like just native way of eventually to me, any piece that takes a lot of time to re-get is much more like valuable here. So for instance, here I have a few group of pieces for every slot, but most of them as well are blue coreable, or, you know, the core can be changed because that's much more likely the item piece that I will need, you know, for maybe making some DZ stuff or PvP stuff. And just, you know, stuff that may take a while, like a palisade with skill haste status effect glove, stuff like that. I'm keeping those kinds of things, but you know, if it's a chain killer or something, I'm not going to keep a chain killer in here. It helps as well if you have the descent blueprints. That I'll admit that helps a lot. But you can get those as well. Those aren't impossible to get. Once you have the descent blueprints, you can get rid of a lot of names that you weren't using anyway, but you were just keeping around. Because, for instance, I was as well. Like, I was keeping a Devil's Due just in case I needed to play around with it. But now I have the blueprint, so I can always craft it again. I mean, catch it to some of these last, but yeah, then I'm truly leaving. I'm gonna go whatever happens. And then yeah, we are getting temporary stash space. So yeah. No, I don't have per se the inventory management thing, but yeah, it's just that. It's just keep an eye on, like, overall, after a while, you'll know what drops a lot, what doesn't, and then just keep a light stash. Basically, just if you're really not using an item, just toss it. If you need, like, a lot of these things, like this piece, even though it's free talentable, if I had 2 or 3 of these chests of Providence chests, I'm not using many Providence chests anymore. Even if they're good, I'm just going to toss them. If I need the one again, I can get it again and optimize it again. Because after a while as well, you have to be a little bit deeper into the game. You know, you have to be deeper in your journey. But then, yeah, I have the optimization resources that if I get rid of something and I really, really need it again, I can. Because, for instance, here as well, I have a Fenris mask and a Grupo mask and a Sokolov mask, and I don't really need all of these. I am likely going to toss most of these. And if I need them again, I'll go and farm them again. But that's more if I get full here, which, yeah, I'm like on 284, so or 291 at the moment. Although there's a bunch of mods in here that I need to move around on characters. Indeed. Although, well, I can be late. That doesn't really matter. But yeah, I'm gonna go. And it's easy to think. I mean, that's the thing. Like, some people have that in real life. They're like, they keep stuff and they go like, you know, I might use this cardboard box in the future. It should just toss it. If you need a cardboard box again, they sell them at shops. You know, stuff like that. With how easy it is to get a lot of the items again, and especially if you play for longer, especially with descent blueprints and stuff, and also having optimization resources pretty available to you, you can start tossing a bunch of stuff that is like maybes, because if you need them again, you can just go farm them again and then optimize it up, just have it again if you need it, but then only if you need it and are actually putting it in build. Because whatever is in your stash, the one of the core things of it is as well, whatever's in your stash really doesn't matter. If it's not on a build, you're not running it. Maybe if it's a piece that you're kind of slotting in and slotting out or something, you can keep it. Because, for instance, for me, for that is this thing. I do keep an Eclipse mask in here. I could craft this every time, but that's too much of a hassle. I just have it here, and then I have a courier here somewhere. Slightly on a character, actually. No, this courier. Although, actually, no, I need to re-optimize this one. But I have that, and that's just, for instance, if I want to go from a fire eclipse to a foam eclipse on a character, like stuff like that. That's fine keeping, but yeah, don't overdo it, and just if it's just there to be there, just don't have it be there. It takes a while as well. I'll admit that. I was the same starting out. I had a mule with all of the names, for instance, in the past, but then I was like, I'm not using these. Get out of here. Go. I'll catch you guys in the evening. Have fun. I'm gonna send you all over to you. Let's actually see in my following list. Actually, yeah. Let's do metal again. So enjoy, and I'll be back in the evening in like 2 hours time. So I'll catch you then. And as always, I'm gonna wait for the timer to run out all the way, and then send you off. But then I'm going to say, as always, have a good day.